from the broken ruins of Babylon. This is End of Days Radio. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting all the way to you, all the way from that shimmering emerald city right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today is December 5th, 2018. Today's guest is none other than End of Days Radio favorite, Gregory Lessing Garrett. The mind-blowing guest who some of you have emailed me, messaged me on social media, and texted me about how much he has actually changed your lives, believe it or not. Some of you have told me that the shows that I did with him actually restored your faith. And boy, that is quite the assertion, I should say. Boy, it's hard for me to even believe that. That's such an amazing assertion, but if that is true at all, then I can only be very proud of even being involved in anything like that. So, with much anticipated... with much anticipation, I am glad to announce that Gregory Lessing Garrett will be joining me once again, and mainly because he has released a new book. It's called No Apology, Atheism Refuted. In his new book, he states that he creates the argument that it is not a singular data point that proves the existence of an external causal agency. Rather, it is the summation of a myriad of points that create a case for the high plausibility of there being a creator. I think this is what we are seeing. The information is so mountainous with respect to the importance of God, Christ, and the reality of evil, etc., that even the most anti-theistic person is caving in. And I'm pretty sure I've seen that. I'm pretty sure I've been seeing that. So I'm very excited for this. I say that so much. I'm very excited. And remember to stay tuned after the break, because I actually have a lot to talk to you guys about. As you know, End of Days Radio has been gone for a long time. There's been a lot of speculation, a lot of people asking me what the hell is going on. Yes, there has been some very weird, strange activity going on. Perhaps a hint of gang stalking. So if you're curious where I've been, what's been going on, what sort of crazy situation I've been dealing with, please stay tuned for after the break and we will get into that. But of course, that can wait until later. I'm going to go ahead and call up Gregory. And Skype updated again, so of course I'm terrible with it.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Greg, how are you?
Good. I've had a little bit of a cold over Thanksgiving, but I'm surviving the rain over here.
Well, that's good to hear. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays. I pretty much ate, slept, and ate some more.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. And plus, I'm working on another book, so I get in these writing marathons where I'll write all night for like 4 nights in a row and then just sleep till 2 p.m. on vacations. I'll just sleep in late for days, and then it's like polycyclical things, sleep, write. It's not really a job. It just happens that way. You know, I don't approach it as a job. I like what I'm doing, and I end up writing all night till the sun comes up.
Yeah, exactly. And it's your writing and the shows that I did with you in the past that created quite a bit of reaction. As you're aware, I've gotten so much feedback about our past shows that I'm completely blown away. I've actually had people messaging me and telling me that listening to those shows actually restored their faith.
Well, it's interesting to hear that, because it reminds me of some of the YouTube videos that I've watched that actually did that for me. One to highlight is a channel called The Truth is Stranger Than Fiction. You've probably heard of it.
I believe so.
Yeah, and I think his name is Will Goodrich, but he's a really great writer and thinker. And it's a real thorough, exhaustive examination of science that he does, kind of my approach, and scientism and the occult, and also, you know, the taboo, the biggest taboo of all time, flat Earth, right? You know, again, that's the big elephant in the room that nobody can talk about and everybody's talking about. But he'll kind of like talk about biblical ideas and, you know, enclosed cosmology, and then just show how there really is a narrative going back to pre-Jesuit 15th century, all the way back to the Hermetic tradition and doctrines of ancient Babylon. And we arrive at your doorstep with that, from the ruins of Babylon.
From
right?
the broken ruins.
Right, from the broken ruins of Babylon.
It all
true,
goes
though,
back to Babylon.
It's a repackaging, and I say that ad nauseum, but it's a repackaging of ancient occult agendas. So that's apropos to talk about the ruins of Babylon. It is. I think I have a chapter in my next book called Babylon. Oh no, that's the title of my next book. It's a homage to you, by the way, part of it. I thought that you'd like that. And it's called, wait, let me drum up the title. I just changed it. I have a bunch of books that I'm working on right now.
Oh man, I think I just had some sort of mental orgasm.
Let me see what it is here. Yeah, okay. And I just changed the title of the book. It's called Babylon Revisited, the Luciferian New Age.
Oh, so I love that title.
See that? You like that?
I love that title. I feel that one in my chest. I love it so much.
Yeah, I'm paying homage to From the Ruins of Babylon, because I thought about that. I thought, at first I heard it, and I go, it's kind of I don't know what to think about it. And then I started thinking about my own research, and then the more I researched this, the more that phrase, From the Ruins of Babylon, I was like, wow, that's exactly what's going on. In fact, you were kind of ahead of the curve by coming up with that title years ago, because it's just coming out now. But that's really the game, is Babylon is being revisited. And we're seeing it in Hollywood films, like, what's the Apocalypse, the X-Men movie called Apocalypse.
Oh, yes, the Age of Apocalypse.
Yeah, and there's a few Hollywood productions which are actually Jesuit productions, and they talk about this kind of resurrection of Babylon in all of the old necromancy and doctrines and Hermetic secret knowledge, and the apotheosis idea of becoming God. And it's all there. So anyway, that's just kind of a side tangent. I have 5. It's like a lot of thoughts all of a sudden coming at once. Let me try to reduce it down to something that's salient. But I was writing a major book, which was the follow-up to the Scientism Delusion, and it picked up speed, and I realized I had 500,000 words, like 1,600 pages, and you really can't publish a book of that length. You know, the publishing companies through Amazon, I think the tops for the size of book I take is 580 pages. Or if you reduce the page and the type of paper, you can get up to 700 and something, or 800. At any rate, it's not 1,600. So I started to think, well, maybe I have a few different topics that I've been exploring, because it's an anthology, my own writings and other good writers that I find. And I ended up one day dissecting it, and I came up with Babylon Revisited, the Luciferian New Age, and that book's going to be about the Luciferian New Age. It's in the title. The other book was called No Apology Necessary, Atheism Refuted, and then I just published that, and that'll be kind of the core topic of this show with you tonight, or wherever you are. Tonight for me, and for you, I don't know. And then the other book is One Deception to Rule Them All, which is more about transhumanism and apotheosis aspirations of the Luciferian elite, which is more of a direct lineage coming off of the Scientism Delusion than any of my other books. The other one is I got the New Age covered in Babylon Revisited. I have the transhumanistic apotheosis agenda of the Luciferian elite covered in One Deception to Rule Them All, which also includes the alien deception that is very soon coming. I mean, it's coming so soon I can taste it, because we've got Elon Musk with the fake Mars promise to land on Mars, and then we have like a Mars rover landing recently, which is of course 100% fake. You put it all together.
Yeah, I saw some of that CGI. It was pathetic.
Oh yeah, they're getting ready. I mean, I've been saying this for a few years that they're getting ready to start like a Space Force, Star Trekian religion on steroids. But it's really getting out of hand now. I mean, this Elon Musk going to land on Mars, rovers on Mars, movies. I mean, and the Space Force by Trump, they're pushing this so hard because they're getting ready to have some kind of alien, like legitimate alien contact. And I think it's going to be through the conduit of AI. It's not going to be real. If you're spiritually minded, it's going to be demonic. If you're secular minded, it's just going to be a hoax. It's not going to be anything real. Okay, so that's that. And then I also got sidetracked from the transhumanistic thing and started looking into the flat earth thing, and with a very sober, critical eye. Not like people get very zealous about the flat earth topic, but I just wanted to backtrack and really look at it again scientifically. And I ended up doing a lot of very deep analytic, scientific, epistemological work on the topics of this broader topic, flat earth. It got really complex, and I ended up realizing I have a trilogy here. So after my next book I'm going to publish is called Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets. I'm kind of like a subtle wink to J.R. Tolkien here, obviously, right? You know, the trilogy.
Oh yeah, I love that stuff. Who doesn't?
Yeah, because let's face it, if we're going to be in conspiracy land, we might as well treat it as, the science fiction writers that are creating all these hoaxes, we might as well treat it in the same vernacular and spirit as they did to deceive us. I mean, if they're going to deceive us with science fiction and glamorous stories, well, let's undeceive, let's undeceive the world with just as much dramatic spirit. So that's why I write with such color and depth, so that people can really go, wow, this is a narrative. This is a story. It's not a dry, stupid, analytic refutation to, all these very exciting things that I love. Because do you want to abandon all your favorite fantasies for some dry refutation? I mean, really, do you?
No, not particularly.
Yeah, who does? If I said, well, Star Trek is really ridiculous. And that's all I said. And then, but you've been watching Star Trek since the beginning. You know all the characters. The special effects. The very first feeling you got watching the first one. That kind of John Williams
the first
score.
interracial kiss.
Yeah, that's like who can forget that feeling? It's like, whoa, that sense of hope and mystery and romantic enchantment and space. So if I said, well, that's ridiculous, that's not going to stop you from loving that fantasy. But if I explained to you an equally romantic fantasy about how all of that was concocted as a lie to entrap your mind, like a grand conspiratorial, epic, dramatic story that I'm telling, well, then it has equal weight or gravity, no pun intended there, but it has equal weight to match the Hollywood lies, the fantasies that we've been told. And I kind of been seeing my role in all of this undoing of what they've done to our minds is to be equally as dramatic and I guess you could say eloquent and skillful in the way I pose the narrative as they have been. They have the best writers in the world writing fiction. They have Ray Bradbury. They've got Philip K. Dick doing Blade Runner. You've got Ridley Scott, the great directors doing Prometheus series, to hex us and mesmerize us into the alien ancient engineer agenda, all this fantasy occultism. So I'm calling it the Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets 1, the Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets 2, and the Flat Earth Trilogy Book of Secrets 3. The secrets are, I'm explaining the very nature of kind of the inner workings of the topology of this flat Earth concept, the gravity, asteroids, meteors, what is the sun, what are galaxies, what is the firmament, what is it composed of? It's just everything you can imagine, down to the science. Not just like, Eric Dubai kind of scratched the surface. I'm going into like the depth of what these things possibly could really be, so that it's no longer just a kind of like, well, it could be that gravity is a lie. No, I'm explaining why and what buoyancy and the equation of density and a pressure and the science of motion and physics and how all these things don't prove gravity at all. It actually proves something very different. That's that kind of book, along with a lot of talk of the history of enclosed cosmology. Again, how the Jesuits did it. What was Copernicus's role? Sir Isaac Newton was the Jesuit. Were there Jesuit influences and connections to Copernicus and Galileo? And the answer is yes.
Galileo.
Galileo, yeah. All these characters were they were nuzzling up to the Jesuit agenda, either directly or indirectly influenced or puppeted and controlled by the Jesuit heliocentric sun-worshipping religion.
And what's funny about that is during that time, there were a lot of guys, kind of like you, Greg, that were saying, no, it's not like that. The earth is flat. You guys are crazy.
Yeah, and I've talked about this, I think, in the last book. The idea is they wanted to. I end up saying this so much. I'm trying to skate away from the things that I've said before. First of all, not to bore myself, because I'm sure you know that how that feels, Daniel. You say the same things over and over.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I've been covering things like reptilians and UFOs for so long; it bores me to tears now.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm trying not to I don't want to waste our time by saying things that people may or may not know, but most people kind of know that there was a repackaging of ancient occult doctrine. And they pretty much, they needed to win back the apostasy of the Roman Catholic Church. Martin Luther really screwed it up for them with his 99 Theses. He pretty much destroyed a lot of their credibility, and they lost a lot of congregates, and they were the apostasy. So one of the things the Jesuits did, as the kind of the order, the priesthood, military order of the Pope to protect the Pope, the Royal Society of Jesus, they were called, and they invented a religion. Instead of infiltrating and using military force, they used mental mind control and invented a religion that all religions could embrace. And that religion was called astrophysics. And that's why, if you really look at the history of astrophysics and astronomy, you'll find out the Jesuits own just about all the major telescopes, all the major observatories, all the major astronomers and astrophysicists since the beginning of the field are Jesuit. And
for those of you out there that aren't familiar with these people, the Jesuits, consider this. Adolf Hitler said that the Jesuits were the people that he was learning from. That's how much respect he had for them.
Yeah, he modeled his the SS troops, and I think it wasn't just him. I'm not sure exactly which were involved with the Jesuit model, but Himmler, Goebbels, Goering, they actually, I think it might have been Hare, I forget, but they actually, and Hitler, of course, they actually modeled the SS troops and the Luftwaffe. They modeled it after the Jesuit order of the Vatican. I mean, it's like one and the same, if you think about it. Okay, so that's I'm just skirting on the flat Earth thing.
Master manipulators.
Master manipulation and mind control. And the thing to remember is that it's like I think it was Aldous Huxley was commenting on Brave New World and it was also in the Captain America movie, Hydra Project, where I forgot the evil scientist's name. And, they hide it in plain sight in these Marvel movies. If you want to learn about the facts of the occult, just watch Marvel. It's not fiction. Yeah, it's all laid out in spades for you. But they talked about Project Hydra. They realized they couldn't use physical force to subdue the world. So they used the divide and conquer strategy where they had their enemy fight each other. And we get to the Ashkenazi idea where they said, well, let's have Germany fight, France. Oh, why get our hands dirty? Let's make them fight. Let's have the Allies fight the Russians. Let's make everybody else fight, and whoever is standing will be easily controlled. So that's what you're seeing with all these kind of like creating forest fires the Jesuits do, but they don't get their hands dirty. They just watch things burn. And this is also Masonic. Their credo is Odo ab Chaos, and Odo ab Chaos is order out of chaos. So they create chaos. They infiltrate churches, they infiltrate governments, They just burn everything from the inside. They infiltrated Christianity and made everybody think it's evil and satanic.
In other words, they're working smart and not hard.
Yeah, they're working smart. It's like you're at a retail store and they tell you work smart, not hard. Well,
yeah.
you got a Jesuit there. He's doing all the stocking at the shelf there. They just pretty much infiltrate everything, corrupt it. These are the most intellectually sophisticated people on the earth. I mean, this is it. This is the pinnacle. People think the occult are dumb or casting hexes in the back room with goat's blood all the time. That's not always what's going on. You know, Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit at Ingolstadt. He was a Jesuit, or he taught canon law, actually, at a Jesuit university. And Adam Weishaupt was the one who wrote the treaties to the Illuminati. So, you know, these are not dumb people.
Oh, yeah, that's very true. That's something that I think it's kind of ignored, that he was directly tied into the Jesuits.
Well, some say, I mean, this is where you get the conflicting histories. Some say, well, no, he wasn't exactly a Jesuit. But remember, the Jesuits worked through infiltration, and they worked through fronts. So, you know, the Jesuits don't parade themselves around as Jesuits. They're not like, hi, I'm a Jesuit priest, and I'm here to take over the world. No, I mean, we'd all see that. They hide it in plain sight. Adam Weishaupt was a canon professor. Okay, but he was working at a Jesuit university. You're not allowed to work at a Jesuit university unless you're kind of a Jesuit. So he wasn't a Jesuit, but he was. And that's the way the Jesuits always work. Like, what's the university? Georgetown. It's a Jesuit university. And you've got Skull and Bones out of Yale. And you've got all of these Jesuit connections to the Bush family and to John Wilkes Booth, who assassinated Abraham Lincoln. And Abraham Lincoln wrote a lot of letters talking about how the Jesuits going to be the fall of the nation. I mean, they've been at this for a long time, but it's always under some ruse of, a Hollywood producer or president of the United States or a governor. They're never calling themselves Jesuits. And that's why it's been so hard for people to kind of pinpoint what's going on.
Well, it sounds like what Adam Weishaupt actually did, his method of infiltrating the secret societies, it sounds like that probably came from the Jesuits too.
Well, that's exactly it. And I think you can kind of like, you know, take this mask that's being worn back quite a bit. You've got the Egyptian. You've got the Knights Templar carrying Egyptian occultism across Europe to Italy. They got suppressed and they became the Jesuit order, more or less. And they got suppressed and they became the Illuminati. And they got suppressed and they infiltrated the Freemasons. And now everybody knows that the Freemasons is something, you know, evil inside the Freemasons. So it's like, it just keeps morphing. That's why it's so hard to figure out, you know, like, the title Jesuit means nothing. I'm using it, but it really means nothing anymore. Then you could talk about the synagogue of Satan. You know, you can get into the idea that it's a certain brand of Judaism. I'm not going to say Jewish because it's not really like I have Jewish friends and they have no idea what I'm talking about. It's not Jewish. It's more kind of Khazarian. Going back to Georgia, Russia, it's a Khazarian warrior class, a bloodline that infiltrated Judaism. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, not the true Semitic people.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's, you know, Jews are just like Christians, they're just like Buddhists, you know, they're just people. But you can infiltrate Buddhism, you can infiltrate the Jews, you can infiltrate Christians. You know, you can pretend to be Jewish, but you're really Ashkenazi, Khazarian, Illuminati. You can pretend to be Christian, but you're really Ashkenazi, Khazarian, Illuminati. You can pretend to be atheist. You can pretend to be Mary Poppins and be, you know, on the surface. Isn't this what the Luciferian agenda is? Coming as an angel of light? Isn't that the whole point?
Yeah, it's funny because a lot of people out there, they seem to think that these elites, these Jesuits, you know, all the different names that they go by, they seem to think these people are dumb. Like they can't be outsmarted by these people, yet they've been outsmarting us for thousands of years.
I think it's kind of like the human ego you want to feel like you're intelligent because your chances of survival are better if you're intelligent. I think that's proven again and again. The child that swallows the most marbles dies. And the person that drives the car closest to the edge of the cliff usually ends up dying. The smarter person knows not to get too close to the cliff, and they end up living. So there's something about being smart that people covet. And if you suggest to them that they really aren't that smart and somebody is smarter, well, that's kind of an ego block that people go through. Like, oh no, there can't be people smarter than me, like at the top of government. And you want to remind them, you're working at JCPenney and these people own $60 trillion of property. Who do you think's smarter? I mean, really, think it through. Like, they're developing the most advanced AI computer systems and nuclear physics, and you work at a car wash. I mean, really, do you think that you're smarter? And so this is the problem. It's kind of human pride.
And not only that, but they've hoarded these manipulation tactics and passed them on. So there's a learned skill that they have in pitting people against each other and manipulating and socially programming and social engineering.
Yeah, that's exactly it. The mocking and ridicule strategy. I talk about that a lot in No Apology Necessary, Atheism Refuted, my last book. Is that mocking and ridicule is one of their major weapons. If they can get you to mock the person next to you to keep them in line, that saves them a lot of legwork.
That's been happening to me on Twitter quite a bit.
Oh yeah, I know. I've seen your Twitter messages come through. And you've seen mine come through. Every once in a while, all of a sudden, I'll start talking about how I'm blocking atheists, and so will you. That's because all of a sudden, 10 atheists come out of nowhere. They got like 3 followers. It's like they just created a profile just so they could attack, and that's all.
Yeah, pretty much.
So that's that, and then so in the flat Earth thing coming up, I'm going to be talking about not just enclosed cosmology, which is the Hebrew system of kind of like a crystalline, vitreous, like a glassy metallic ball that surrounds the Earth. People talk about how, flat Earth, but there's an atmosphere or, like the firmament. My understanding is the firmament, it's not just above, it goes below, like the Sheol, hell. The water's above and water's below. It's like the entire Earth is in the middle and the entire thing is subsumed by a ball of vitreous, metallic-like sheathing, and there's water in there, and it's enclosed, and that's why it all works so perfectly. It's actually an enclosed system. Now, that's called enclosed cosmology. Another model is a hollow Earth, talking about a hollow Earth. There's one called concave Earth. These are all flat plane models. And one of the things I want to do in this next book series, the trilogy of flat Earth, is I want to just propose them as, instead of saying these things are facts, I want to propose this as a theoretical framework to be looked at. I think it's a more fair approach anyway to something so controversial, right? And instead of saying, this is the thing that has to be true. Well, no, some of these things are non-falsifiable. I can't necessarily prove the topography of the Earth any more than I can necessarily prove that there's Planck stars in the middle of a black hole. It's non-falsifiable. You can't prove either way. So I'm going to introduce a lot of different theories about enclosed cosmology, hollow, concave. There's the Enochian model, the Book of Enoch. There's also what's called the infinite plane model, which actually is very intriguing. That the ice, the Antarctic ring, it goes out forever. There's land beyond Antarctica, and there's another concentric circles of ice rings that just go out and more. I mean, for all I know, it's infinite. And people go, oh, that's the most retarded thing I've ever heard, that you would suggest there's an infinite plane of ice. Okay, but everyone says the universe is infinite. So that's okay, right? That's not crazy. It's infinite. You can't think or visualize it. It goes on forever into nothingness in your brain. That's fine. But if I suggest a plane that goes infinitely, well, that's just completely... You see the hypocrisy and contradiction there?
Yeah, definitely.
And you get that because people have been so heavily brainwashed by NASA and everything they've learned.
Hello, caller?
They accept.
Sorry, Greg. We had
Caller?
somebody call in, and we so rarely get calls, I didn't want to miss it, so I was kind of fumbling with some stuff.
Yeah, go for it.
Caller, are you there?
Yes.
Hi. Welcome to End of Days Radio. What's your name?
Go ahead.
What's your name?
Yeah.
Cassandra.
Oh, this is Cassandra from Twitter. So good to talk to you. So good to hear your voice.
Thank you.
Hey, Cassandra, I saw you sent me a message about 5 minutes ago. I just saw it. So, you have a question?
Oh, I was just calling in because I've been listening to what y'all been saying, and it's like totally resonating with what I've been saying on Twitter for a while, and I just thought, it's pretty cool. So, and
yeah. I'm looking at your message to me from Twitter right now. It says, that's why people like us that are awakened but intellectually advanced are dangerous.
Yes.
That's good. Well, there's some truth to that. It's a razor's edge. The more you know, the more kind of dangerous places your thought can go. Because, well, if there's a spiritual realm and the labyrinthian complexity is where that Luciferian energy really lies, because it's certainly not God's realm that I know of. The intricate, sinuous, labyrinthian complexity of the mind. I don't think that's God's realm per se. I think that's the dark Luciferian place that we dwell. I know I dwell there, and
right.
You have to be very careful.
And I think similarly, and I have, because when God created the world, He created it with both light and dark, and the thing that I keep pointing out on Twitter, is the fact that this whole awakening thing that's going on is supposed to be bringing balance back to that.
Well, gosh, this sounds like the first program I did with Daniel when I talked about Star Wars, and the goal is, the Kabbalah teaches that balance is the goal. Daniel, do you recall this conversation we had?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, because I kind of know where the caller's going. Because, balance is the Kabbalistic occult teaching that balance is the goal. And that in 1666, the Sabbatine Frankists, I think Sabbatine Levi, decided, well, we need to balance the universe, so we need to step up the evil. There's too much good. So it's like the whole... And no, I'm not kidding. That's what
I understand that, but that's where they get confused, because that's not what the dark is. The dark is the whole yin yang thing, where there's the divine masculine and the divine feminine.
Yeah, these are all the occult ideas. These are occult ideas.
It's like it's not supposed to be evil. It's not evil.
Well, it's not either evil or good. The occult teach that balance, light and dark, good and bad. It's just, it's all the same. See, they don't teach that one's better than the other. There's no good or evil in the occult. There's just balance. And I'm strongly against all this philosophy, because what it leads to a dualistic idea that everything goes. It's like the New Age. It's all good, unquote. No, it's not.
Moral relativism.
Genocide. Yeah, it's the idea that everything's good because it balances the goal. And in Star Wars, in the last Star Wars, they picked up this theme hot and heavy, and they're really pushing the idea of evil becoming good. If you really watch what Star Wars, because Star Wars is a Kabbalistic fable. I mean, it's an occult fable, and you've really watched what's happening. They're pushing the idea of Ren. I forgot his Ren something, or that's the girl, and then there's Kylo Ren. And the characters the good characters becoming more and more evil or dark, the dark side. And the dark character is expressing more sympathy and compassion, as if the dark character, the evil one, is good. They're merging the two together so that you can't tell, like, It's like sympathy for the devil. You can't tell who's good, who's bad. And that is definitely the occult strategy, is to blur the lines so there's no good and no evil. It's kind of like there's just survival, really. That's it.
Uh-huh. Interesting.
Not a Christian idea. Absolutely not a Christian idea. Christians were, sacrificing their lives for good. They were dying.
I'll kind of think of it sort of like a chess game too.
Yeah. It's a back and forth. I mean, these are really hard things to figure out. Like Epicurus talked about this. Whence cometh evil if God is all good? And these are really kind of complex riddles to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no easy. In fact, I do have a chapter in the book we're talking about in the show, No Apology Necessary, Atheism Refuted. I do have a chapter on Epicurus, and I break down the entire thing. They call the problem of evil, the Epicurean problem of evil, and I break the whole thing down and kind of show that there's actually a solution to it. That you don't have to have a God that's evil because there's evil. In other words, it doesn't lead to that.
Mm-hmm.
You can just have good. This balance idea, this occult idea of balance, it leads to quite a bit of atrocity.
I think I see what you're getting at, Greg. You're kind of talking about the idea of a light coming in the darkness and the smoke clearing.
Yeah, would you teach your kid, your kid's been really good, super, and I don't know if you have a kid or not, but just would you teach a child?
I've got 4.
Okay, they come home from school, they get all A's, and they're doing just extremely good in school, and they're like model student. You can't find one flaw. You say, well, you know what? You're going to have to do a few more evil deeds, okay, to balance things out. Because we got to have our darkness. No, it's not really what's right. It doesn't feel right. It feels occult. And it's a New Age philosophy, and that's why the New Age has so much sexual promiscuity and drugs. Anything goes, because it's all learning. It's just all learning. There's no sin, because if there's no good, there's no bad, there's no sin, there's no need of redemption. I mean, Christianity, and I'm not saying a person has to be Christian or not. I'm just saying there's a moral system in Christianity that gets destroyed with the New Age relativism. There's no reason to be good. It balances the goal. There's no reason to be bad or good. There's no consequences for anything. Because if there's no dogma, no moral criterion, then you can neither have good nor bad. Then how can there be any consequences? There's no need of salvation. There's no need of God. There's no need of anything except your own bootstraps, your own secret knowledge. You can become enlightened by yourself. That kind of stuff. And, people have died trying. I've watched people try the secret knowledge enlightenment trip for 40 years, and they die like everybody else, gasping for air and with spittle coming out of their mouth. I mean, it's an illusion.
And all those Illuminati people, all those elites, they're going to die at the same age that the rest of us die.
Yeah, no, they've not conquered mortality. That's the thing about all this that's amusing for people who study Luciferianism. They've not conquered death. They tell you they have, and they talk about the ascended masters, Yukteswar, and there's Paramahansa Yogananda, and they all talk about the ascended masters, and but no one's ever seen these ascended masters. It's just all fables. Basically, you die. It's a one-shot deal. Reincarnation, and it's a one-shot deal. You've got so many years to figure this out, and then it's over. I mean, in terms of mortal flesh. And so that's why the New Age wants to get you thinking, well, no, you got infinite lifetimes. You can become Jeffrey Dahmer for 5 lifetimes, and that's no sweat. You can just learn a few more things and edge your way out of that. And Mahatma Gandhi. What?
Oh, one of the fun things to do is when you're getting into these sorts of discussions and people bring up stuff like reincarnation and stuff like that, tell them to prove it. These atheists always come up with prove it, prove it, prove it. Well, that's what I've been saying to a lot of this New Age stuff. Prove it. Show me some proof that there's reincarnation or any of the stuff that you say. And they're just as, they have just a loss of words as anybody else trying to prove anything else.
Oh yeah. I think it's in Babylon Revisited, the Luciferian New Age, the book that I'm working on now. I've got a huge amount, like almost over 100 pages on reincarnation and how it's a deception. I mean, I really, really exposed that one because I used to, teach New Age stuff. I was deep inside of it. Yoga, meditation, psychedelics, philosophy, Luciferianism. I mean, all of it. You name it. Paranormal. I mean, I've done it all, and so that's why it's hard to really pull the wool over my eyes. These people say, "Well, you don't understand." No, I do understand. I was there for a long, long time, and there's no reincarnation proof at all. It's just like, oh, my friend Harold said he was the Duke of Edinburgh. Okay, great, and he remembers a language from that indigenous part of. Oh, really? That language is online too. I can find it in seconds. There's no real substantiated proof of this. And if you reincarnation is just an offshoot of evolutionary hoax. That's all it is. They all go together. See, without evolution, you can't have reincarnation, right? See how they go together? Like, how can you evolve into being an enlightened creature if there's no evolution proof? And so that destroys reincarnation. It all stops in its tracks. I mean, it's kind of like a house of cards. When you take apart and scientifically and empirically look at heliocentrism, gravity, evolution, reincarnation, Big Bang cosmology, when you look at all these things and dissect them and really look empirically and you deconstruct them, you end up with the entire house of cards falling. Like, when it happened to me, it was like I've never seen anything so dramatic in my mind. Everything I thought was true, all of a sudden, was not true. It just, wow. And that's why all these books started coming out, when I realized, wow, this is all connected, and it's on purpose, and it's all a lie. So why? Why go through all the trouble?
What I like about how you do it, Greg, is instead of trying to like jam your point in, you have a method more like, hey, whether or not you believe in God, a lot of these things, a lot of these scientific things, these aren't really that proven either. I really like that because it kind of just lets all the fluff fall away.
Yeah, I do that a lot where in my last book, I went at length, I talked about dark matter. And the idea is that if you accept all of these unproven assumptions and conjectures in modern science as true, then all of the quote-unquote unproven conjectures in theology must be entertained with equal value. You can't have your cake and eat it too. And you can still say, well, it's not very plausible that there's a causal agency or a causal antecedent to space-time. And I'm on board with that. I'm not going to argue that. You can say that. You can say it's not plausible to you. But if I throw evidence at you, okay, and evidence is not proof. Like if someone has a gun that's smoking, and they say, oh, well, Teresa killed because Teresa owns the gun. No. That's evidence. It's not proof that Teresa killed. It could have been somebody borrowed her gun. Maybe somebody set her up. Okay, so the smoking guns are everywhere in science about the idea of causal intelligence, intelligent design, patterns, ecosystems, DNA. I mean, I can go on forever about how complex the I don't want to say universe because that puts your head out in space, but let's talk about just the real world, which is Earth. I'm getting weary of people changing the topic into astrophysics religion. I talked at length about this in my books about how it is a religion, and I'm trying to change the way I think to more of a earthbound narrative, because that's really what's happening is Earth. This other stuff is galaxies, and that's all a cult fantasy in our heads. There's not much up there, actually. There's just like sonoluminescent flickers. There are some luminaries, one called the sun, one called the moon. That's about it. There's nothing more to say.
Have you read the book of Enoch?
No, I have it like on my phone to read, and there's so many things for me to like look into and read. I end up just kind of taking bits and pieces out of certain things and running with them. Like there's no time to read whole things. But
honestly, after the conversation that Daniel and I had last week, that's one of the things that I went to. Between him and another person, I ended up going to that book and reading it, and honestly, it is like the entire story of the flat Earth.
Oh, interesting.
It's completely, there's a whole section that tells exactly how the Earth looks from the inside.
It's interesting. I shy away. You probably hear me.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, it even explains the 7 stars, the Palladian stars. It explains what those 7 stars are. It even explains that.
Yeah, what I was going to say is I shy away from holy text. I know that sounds kind of funny. I tend to have more sway and power and credence with atheists and anybody that's like not into the stuff I'm into if I kind of stay on the straight and level with science. And that's just because that's the language.
But that's why this one is unique, because it was rejected from the Bible.
Yeah, no, but just to finish what I'm saying is I stay kind of in the vernacular of science, and I kind of go my merry way in the scientific realm, and then I start looking into holy books, and I see if I can verify with what I found. Like I'll spend weeks or months, thinking about gravity or how the firmament's constructed. Is it metallic glass? Is it phosphorus, cobalt, iron? Is there argon gas in the galaxy? The science behind the enclosed cosmological model that I'm looking at. And then I'll kind of like have people say, hey, that's the Book of Enoch says that. And I'll go, oh, okay, well, that makes sense that it says that because I've discovered that on my own. So it just is verifying what but I don't take holy books as verification. Like if I discover something,
yeah, me either.
And if a holy book verifies it, or it's like somebody says the Bible's true because the Bible says it's true. I avoid that game a lot. I don't really try to use any kind of authority of holy text. But ultimately, there's a certain reverence you do get from the experience of going back to the Bible and other books and going, wow, it is actually all there. And so then you start investigating to other parts of like, okay, so if there's a cosmological accuracy in a holy book, then, okay, what did Christ say? So what does that mean now? So one thing leads to the next. Then, it gives credence to a lot of other things.
Yeah, and it definitely fits with what you said, Greg, about looking up. That's actually consciousness in the astral plane, because when Enoch's ascending upwards, things are, like Eric Dubé might say this, things get thinner and less dense, and eventually you get into the most least dense realms, and eventually heaven itself as you ascend higher and higher through these dimensions.
Mm-hmm. That's it's like a psychedelic experience. That's why the occult push psychedelics. Is they want you to have that higher, and they're always talking about higher consciousness and cosmic consciousness and ascension. They want you to be so high in worshiping in their religion, their metaphoric galaxies, metaphorical black holes, metaphorical distances in space. They want you lost in this ambiguous, nebulous, quantum physical realm of higher consciousness. Once they get you inside that, it goes very quickly it dovetails into the AI digital kind of mind control idea. Psychedelics, computers are a form of psychedelics. Astrophysics is a form of psychedelics, and psychedelics are a form of psychedelics. You see where you kind of see where they're taking us. They're taking us into a very mesmeric mind control, beehive, hive mind. They want us to relinquish our egos, relinquish our individuality, relinquish anything that's the self, and surrender it to the the big self, the cosmic mind. They always talk about that, cosmic mind, cosmic consciousness. They want you to surrender who you are to their Borg slavery, really. I mean, that's what's really going on. They don't package it. They don't sell it that way. They sell it as, new age and fun and freedom.
They're helping
but actually
us.
You're plugging. What?
They act like they're helping us.
Of course, yeah. I mean, talk to any kid that's gone through 5 years of new age freedom. They got a case of syphilis. Their brains don't work from all the LSD. They're unemployed. So much for higher consciousness, right? It just doesn't work out that way.
Cassandra, where are you calling from?
Oregon.
Oh, Oregon.
Milwaukee, Oregon.
Oh, nice. Is this your first time listening?
Yes.
Well, I am very happy to have you calling in as a first-time caller, especially excited to actually have a female caller calling in. Did you have any more questions for Greg before I let you off the line tonight?
No.
All right, then. Well, once again, thank you for calling in End of Days Radio, and I definitely hope to hear your voice again soon in the future.
Okay.
Thanks for calling, Cassandra. Thanks for calling.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Good night.
Nice person.
Yeah, it's always exciting getting those calls, and I just want to circle back a little bit to something that you said about 5 minutes ago, Greg, about getting people to kind of go around in circles. There's a tremendous power in that, and I felt like through a lot of my interest in this paranormal, supernatural, et cetera, I feel like that very thing has been done to me. They've gotten me to chase my tail until I just pass out on the ground like a panting dog.
Yeah, it's kind of like you're studying about how the secret knowledge can lead to this labyrinthian trap, and so you go down and you start studying the secret knowledge to figure out if that's really the case, and then you end up like amassing secret knowledge about secret knowledge, and then you have secret knowledge about the secret knowledge that you're studying. There's no end, and they know that. I mean, that's why the trilogy thing, I'm calling it, the Flat Earth Trilogy, Book of Secrets. I'm kind of tongue-in-cheeking it. I'm giving the secrets away, but I'm really not. I'm saying things like, have you noticed if you look across the land, there's no curvature? I mean, is this really a secret? It's a secret because we've been hypnotized. You see, we've been brainwashed, and that's why it's a tongue-in-cheek, my title, Book of Secrets. Like one of the secrets in my book is like the sun travels above you. Did you know that, Daniel? Have you ever experienced the sun going above you?
Oh yeah, I had a big argument with a guy not too long ago over what the sun should look like as it's getting far away from us, and should it dip below the horizon or not? You get the idea.
Oh yeah, because there's all kinds of intricate vanishing point perspective equations you have to know, like the crepuscular rays. Things flow in the distance, they go through the vanishing point, and they actually get smaller. But then the atmosphere there may be a lensing effect where it magnifies it, so it looks bigger. You ever seen the sun where it looks like huge as it sets on the ocean?
Yes.
So you're confused, right? You're like, wait, is it getting smaller or bigger? Well, what you have to do is you have to do things like infrared telescoping, to cut through the atmosphere. And actually, what happens is it does get smaller. It literally gets smaller because it's actually probably anywhere from 300 to 6,000 miles above the Earth, and it's going away. And so, if you take all the atmosphere out of the way with infrared lensing or telescoping, you can actually see that it's receding. It's getting smaller. And of course, that can't happen if it's 93 million miles away.
Okay. So you're saying if you look at it through infrared, you can actually see it get smaller.
Yeah, when you cut through all this atmospheric lensing, and you got a few things working against you. You got refraction, you've got reflection, you've got dispersion. So you've got light dispersion, where there's like the dark side of the moon, where white light goes into prism and it comes out a rainbow on the other side. Remember the dark side of the moon? Mm-hmm. The album by Pink Floyd. So there's refraction doing that, and there's also dispersion of light. There's also reflection, and then there's atmosphere magnification. It's a lot of stuff that creates illusions. And there's also, as things approach the vanishing point, it cuts them off at the legs. They appear to be hovering, and that's what happens with vanishing point. If you have a person walk away on a football field, he will be truncated. At 100 meters away, you can only see his torso with the camera on at the grass level. So how come you can't see the full person? Because that's what happens with vanishing point. Same thing with ships. They don't go over a curve. They just hit a vanishing point where they appear to float. And that's not because there's even atmosphere. It's because that's what happens with the vanishing point with your eyes. So there's a lot of optics. And again, this is all in my next. It's funny how we're talking more about my Flat Earth book than the book I just published, but because it's interesting and I'm writing it right. I'm great depth about vanishing point and how optics work and how the sun works. And I really, really, I can read, it's chapter 5, it's called Discourse on the factors affecting the apparent versus actual size of the encroaching and receding sun. You've got vanishing point, visual acuity, vanishing point, semicircle before vanishing, visual trickery, atmolayer density, atmospheric refraction. I really go into depth because I know, I could just hear in your voice. You're like, hey, this has been a problem for me figuring this out. Like, what's going on? How do I prove people that the sun's diminishing in size, which shows that it's local? Because if it was 93 million miles away, it wouldn't diminish in size, obviously. So I spent a long time on vanishing point. The things that are really hard to figure out in this next book, on the Flat Earth, I tackle them about fluid dynamics and gravity and vanishing point, because these are the things that are really curvature, things like that, things that are really big. And if you can prove these things, you've got something. Cavendish experiment, Michelson-Morley's experimentation, airplane trim, how the airplane keeps its gyroscopic activity. I go into in depth about types of gyroscopes and how these things work. But we should probably get off of the Flat Earth thing, because that's a book to come, and I'm pretty much giving a big preview of it, but we should probably go back to the book that I just published. Would you think?
Yeah, Flat Earth, it's such a in-depth topic, and there's so many of these little focal points where we get into these debates about it, and you concentrate on these different focal points, whether it be the sun and the horizon, or the stellar what's it called? The stellar
parallax.
Yeah, stellar parallax, which is fascinating in its own right. But there's so many little rabbit holes and little trails that we could go down there. It's like, where do you start? Where do you stop?
I know, and it's fascinating, and I think once I publish this next book on the Flat Earth Book of Secrets thing, then we can have another radio show and then dig deeper into that, obviously.
Yeah, that is such a great topic, and especially because it's so related to these other things that you talk about, the systematic sort of wool being pulled over the eyes of the entire human race and their origins and what we're doing here. Just all of us are just chasing our tails, like I said, and it's really sad because once you strip away all this stuff, you are kind of left with that great mystery once again, and I personally find that very exciting.
Yeah, me too. It's so much to understand, and once you see it start to connect, and that's why I talked about. I think in my the anthology, it says this is an anthology in my last book. I talk about how it's not a single, and I told you this too in a text. It's not the single data point that is convincing about any of this, because people go, oh, okay, so the Jesuits. Well, if that's all you had, that's not much. But there's a trillion other things that connect with Jesuits, with Freemasons, with Illuminati, with government, with Trilateral Commission, with Flat Earth, with scientism. Once you start seeing how these things connect, you're no longer left with a data point. You're left with a myriad of connecting tissues. And to me, and in this last book, I developed this idea that the eternal causal intelligence, now we're kind of getting back to the last book now, is not because of a single data point or a single bit of evidence. It's because of the myriad of data points and robust evidence, just absolutely robust evidence that points to the inescapable, highly plausible, overarching conclusion that there is a creator. And I don't mean just like, oh yeah, there's a creator, like a Christian would say there's a creator because he heard it in the book. No, that there is actually an antecedent. You could even say it's a quantum physical if you want, but it's an intelligent matrix of causal energy that has that's behind life. And I'm not saying the universe at all, because the universe is, again, another fantasy trap. I'm just going to talk about the earth. Like, I can't tell you how this creator created earth. Genesis talks about in a poetic way. You know, I don't know exactly, you know, hands or the face of the deep and the breath and all these poetic ideas of how God created, you know, Genesis. And it's so very poetic. Scientists hate that because it's just poetic. They want scientific jargon, right? But I don't know. You know, emergent universe theory says that there's a necessary conditions where these emergent properties arise. And so necessary conditions are kind of like a quantum soup.
Greg,
a quantum.
Greg, I hate to interrupt you, but do you mind taking another call? It's our old buddy Todd.
Let's do it.
Okay. Hi, Greg. Hello? Todd, hello?
Hello. Hello.
Todd?
Hello. Hello.
Todd, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I may have screwed up and lost Greg. Hold on one second. I'm going to try to get you both of you guys. Hello, Greg. Are you still there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that. I have to attempt that once again. I just kind of messed up there. Skype keeps updating, and they change everything every time, and it really screws me, throws me through a massive loop.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to get him real quick. Sorry about the delay.
That's fine.
Hello?
It's Greg.
Hey, Todd, you there, buddy? Todd, you there?
Hello.
There he is.
Oh, there he is.
I caught the last part of it. Your last part of the thing you just said, Greg.
Okay, I've been kind of rambling. You have a way to focus
But
us
I
here?
caught the last part. Yeah, I'm going to drag us back in, Greg. It's so good to talk to you again.
Yeah, it's always good to hear from you.
I really love your enthusiasm.
Oh, I didn't know that I was enthusiastic. Go ahead.
And Daniel's show is the number 1 show in the world.
Thank you.
Oh, that's not debatable. Yeah, that's not debatable. Everyone knows that.
In my opinion, it's just my opinion.
It's the most dangerous show. It's the most dangerous show on Earth right now.
It is. You're right there. Wow. You're very perceptive.
Controversial.
You're very perceptive. There's nothing like
it. Yeah, if it goes big, we're all going to get a bullet.
Oh, God.
Can't wait. Hey! The I'd have been chasing my house. No.
Something to look forward to.
Well, you know what? A band, Midnight Oil, I think Peter Garrett was this bald-headed singer. He used to be a lawyer. He was a lead singer.
Song. What was the song, though? What was the song? It was something about South Africans.
Yeah, but the lyric in the song was better to die on your feet than live on your knees.
But how did the chorus go?
Oh, it was kind of like what? How can when our beds are when our beds are burning? Yeah, how can you
when your
when our
beds are
burning?
Oh God, I hated that song. So cheesy. You can see the propaganda coming right. And they're from Australia.
Well, still, I'd rather hear a political song than a stupid sex Hollywood song.
Still, they were spinning bands like U2 back then that's telling you Sunday, bloody Sunday. Notice how they're all English. Sunday.
Todd, the time's precious, I know, because let's get to something we can sink our teeth into.
Totally. Good to talk to you again, Greg.
Yeah.
So Greg, what is this thing? Just get right to it. Do you got a ministry? Do you got people that gather around you and listen to your message or teaching on Sundays?
No, I stay away from anything that's organized. I just write my thoughts.
And so Jesus is at the end of this. Jesus, just turn to Jesus.
No, my book's not about Jesus. My book's about evolutionary theory, ontology, theology, biogenesis, quantum physics, philosophy, science, physics, epistemology, and atheistic materialism. Cool. Yeah, so I take those things. Yeah, go ahead.
Ayn Rand, you've heard of Ayn Rand?
Yeah, I hate her.
World's most famous atheist.
Yeah, I hate her.
You know what she said, Greg? She said, does man have to live? She says, one of her most classic points in one of her atheistic arguments was, does man have to live in a haunted house? Does there have to be a devil, demon, ghost, spirit hiding behind every bush? Can't man just get up off his knees and become the most incredible thing that he can? Without demons and spirits and ghosts and Jesus and somebody over there and drag you in over there. She wasn't arguing against laws. She was arguing against prisons of the mind.
Yeah, it's very, very. It's a philosophy that's in a vacuum. It's not anchored in anything real. I mean, sure, can man live? Here's why: can man live in the little Disneyland thing that she's talking about? No, and here's why: where are morals derived from? Okay, people say, well, it comes from survival and the group consensus. We need to get along, so we develop morals to get along. Okay.
No, but what she was saying. Wait. I'm sorry. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Okay, that's okay. So the idea is that, can man just surgically remove deity out of the equation? Okay, it doesn't work. And again, on many levels it doesn't work, I show in my book, but just morally it doesn't work. There is no central dogma to atheism by their own confession. They are proud of it. So they say, well, it's just, quote, common sense. Well, what if Jeffrey Dahmer's common sense is different than Adolf Hitler's common sense, which is different than Mother Teresa's common sense, which is different than Joe Simpson's, who works at the hardware store's common sense? Everyone has a different version of morality. So then we develop something called law, and law is a central dogma. Atheists say, well, we have no central dogma. Well, the law is dogma. If you go against it, you go to jail. It's dogma. Where is it derived from? It's actually derived from religious sources, because you can't have a law without a lawgiver. And so who gives the law? If it's a man giving the law, well, who's to say that Hammurabi's code is superior to the Magna Carta, which is superior to the Constitution, or how about the precepts of the Buddha? I mean, who's calling the shots? What I'm saying is that I'm saying that there's a 10 Commandments. I'm saying there's a Christian dogma, 10 Commandments. And it's quite clear. It's quite absolute.
And where did the 10 Commandments come from, Greg? Did they come from Hammurabi?
I'm saying the authority is a causal intelligence, a creator. I'm saying there's a moral authority. And I'm not proving it with the Bible. I'm proving it with scientific and epistemological proofs in my book. And plausibility.
All I'm saying, Greg, is that laws, Hammurabi, were before, they're part of the Old Testament, near enough.
Well, the codification of things. But hold on, the codification.
You can't jump from this to that, and I can do that too. I do that all the time.
No, but I'm not saying Hammurabi.
These are ancient laws that were developed because you have to have some system of law. like you mentioned Hammurabi. You have to have a system of law where people can...
Based on whose
somebody
authority?
Just killed... Well, I'm saying at the time that Hammurabi...
But it's not based on any authority. It's not based on any authority, is what I'm saying. If you have no lawgiver, then you have no authority. How can you can't enforce? Let me talk a second. You can't enforce a morality that has no moral authority. Okay, if there's no deity, and man is not the authority, because every man has a different view. It's relative, but the Ten Commandments or the precepts of Christ are absolute. And you want to argue all you want. They are very clear. Okay, you can't wiggle around.
The only problem, Greg, is that
you can't. Hold on. You can't wiggle around. See, with Hammurabi's code or the Magna Carta, you can create amendments. You can create new interpretations. I mean, you can just change things forever. Without an absolute code and the idea that it comes from an absolute lawgiver, that is not proven by morality. That is proven by other epistemological tools that I use. So that's why I keep saying in my book, it's not one data point. It's a summation of a myriad of data points that form the inescapable conclusion of a creator, which leads to a moral foundation to existence, which leads to what we call our law.
You know, you're so cool, Greg, that I can sit and call up and give you a little bit of a hard time because I am kind of a history buff, and you still put up with it. I appreciate that because
I enjoy it.
I hear your intellect, and I realize that you're writing your knowledge. You know, you're writing all these trends of knowledge. You're on top of how the world's going, and I appreciate that. I appreciate your enthusiasm.
Well, thank you. There's kind of a call for more moral authority, especially in today's new age. There's so much decadence and genocide and pornography and drugs.
And Greg, I wouldn't argue with you against that. But some of these little points that you get, you're just so centered on that it has to be Jesus. That's
well, I don't think I
Jesus myth. The Jesus.
But have you heard me mention Jesus once?
I think one time tonight.
Okay, so I don't know why you keep mentioning Jesus, unless that's your.
Because your every show's been about. That's how you get salvation is through the Christian.
No, I have not. I've not said that once. All I've been saying is that there's a causal antecedent to space-time, and there's a moral authority.
That there's people that are anti-Christian around. You've noticed.
I don't think the whole Hegelian dialectic of pro-Christian versus anti-Christian even is necessary for this debate or this conversation.
You called out anti-Christians.
I don't think the Hegelian dialectic of anti versus pro, Christian versus not Christian. Because remember, Christianity has 50 trillion sects. I mean, even Catholicism, you've got Jesuit, you've got Dominican, you've got. I mean, okay, so there's no clear black and white issue here. I'm talking about
Mormons.
Causal.
You get the Mormons.
You got them all. Okay, Mormons. And atheism is a religion too, and I explain why it's a religion in my book very clearly. Even though they try to pretend that it's not, it is. Agnosticism is not a religion. Atheism is. But anyway, what we got here is we have an idea that I'm trying to generate or create, which has to do with a intelligent causal agency to space-time. It's more of a scientific approach than...
Are you just trying to teach us about how we're all getting screwed by all this?
Well, Todd, if I could interject for a second, I think something that's key to keep in mind about Greg's work is one thing that he's doing is he's showing us that a lot of things that we think are provable science actually aren't. It's a lot of propaganda and little hidden variables that we think are there that aren't really there.
that part I really love, and I do appreciate your work, Greg. Please don't take any disrespect from my just challenging you on a few points.
No, that's how I learn. That's how I learn. When I get challenged, I learn. I sincerely doubt there's any, and I'm not trying to be condescending, I'm sincerely doubt there's any debate or point you're going to bring up tonight that I haven't covered in my last book, because I really covered atheism.
Well, and you haven't brought up one point tonight that would bring me into Jesus' arms, if that's what you're pushing.
No, I don't. I don't think I even used the word Jesus once in my book. It's not there.
You did one time tonight, though. Could have been just an comment.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I'm not trying to make people become things. I'm trying to get them to understand there is a eternal causal intelligence. If you want to interpret that as Christianity and stop there, well, that's up to you. But that's certainly, I don't think there's the term Jesus in my book at all, not once in my last book.
Well,
I will talk.
Sounds like a very fascinating book then.
Yeah, I don't know if that makes it more fascinating. I mean, we've been so brainwashed to think that, Joshua or Jesus or Christ is some kind of like evil character.
I'm just teasing you, Greg, on that point. You are smart, and you are advanced in your knowledge of what's going on here. I guess the last thing that I would say, because I didn't mean to give you any disrespect. I love your calls. I'm glad I got back a hold of you. But I just wanted to bring up a few points because I look at numerous views: atheists, Christians, Mormons, New Agers, Aleister Crowlites, and the world's full of a number of different views. Just because I look at different views doesn't mean I don't believe you have to have laws. And I don't need the 10 Commandments or Hammurabi's Bible to tell me that if somebody kills someone, steals something, cheats on someone, that's wrong.
Be careful though, because but be careful, because if you were under the gun and you need to survive and you had to steal something, you might change your view. You might go, hey, you know what? In situational ethics, a lot of atheists have a lot of relative morality. They'll say one thing, but they really won't do what they say because they have no core doctrine other than survival. No, hear me out though. There is no atheists they'll trumpet it in your face. They have, quote, no core moral doctrine. They're proud of it. Okay, I wouldn't be proud of that. The reason being is not everybody.
Greg, I believe that there are people that feel that way. There are people that could give a shit less if the world burns and dies. They wouldn't.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That's
not what, that's an extreme. What I'm saying is that without a moral structure, relativistic morality takes over. So one atheist thinks that stealing bubblegum is absolutely fine because you're sticking it to the man. Another atheist thinks, under no conditions should you steal fried rice. Okay, everybody has a different morality, whereas in the Christian morality is crystal clear. There is no wiggle room. And the catechism is 800 pages of exhaustive detail: grave sin, moral sin,
in the Bible. In the Bible.
The Bible too, and also the catechism.
The New Testament or the Old Testament?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that in these, you can't have morality in atheism. You can only have morality in religion, because morality is a topic of religion, not science. There is no morality in science. There's zero morality.
You're so wrong. Guess what? Plato was talking about ethics and morality thousands of years before the Bible came here.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he was right. Because think about it. What is your morality based upon if you have no moral lawgiver? Tell me, where's it coming from? Yourself? Because
where's it coming from? Well, I'll tell you one place: your environment.
Okay, so that's situational ethics. If it behooves you, it benefits your survival to kill Gerald, then you'll do it. Whereas if there is a thou shalt not kill, it impedes the natural instinct. See, our nature is our nature is to kill.
I'm going to tell you how by nature you would discover that it's wrong and you're going to pay.
But our nature
Gerald.
is to kill.
Now, okay, fine. Our nature's kill, take, unless you're taught otherwise. You go kill Gerald. Let's pretend it's 1,000 years before the Bible. You go kill Gerald. Now Gerald's mom and dad and brother, sister are mad as hell that you killed him.
No, because they don't know. No, because they don't know. Because you were sneaky.
You did.
Because remember,
you left the body. They chase back the clues, find out you did it.
Remember, it's not about anything but what I can get away with. If in atheism, it's only about your survival. You can pretend it's about group survival. It's not. There is nothing in atheism. There's no moral authority. Zero. And any atheist will proudly tell you that. They call it common sense.
You're so wrong. You are so wrong.
Oh, all right, Todd.
Because
Todd.
Atheists cover the whole spectrum of people.
Let's agree to disagree.
Yeah,
as fascinating as this is, we got to get back to letting Greg talk about his book.
I actually love you, and I'm gonna let you go on. Maybe instead of just arguing with you, I should talk about where I thought you were right on point.
All right, real quick, Todd, go ahead.
If you email me, you can buy my book, but you can email me, and I always send people a free PDF of my book. There's many chapters on atheism and morality and all the stuff that I'm talking about. You can just read it right there.
And I kind of hear it, Greg, but are you open at all to the idea that there might be some other path besides Jesus?
I haven't even mentioned Jesus. I don't know why it keeps coming back to Jesus for you. I've not mentioned Jesus once. Yeah, but Christianity is more than just this term Jesus. There's a lot of stuff involved in morality and God.
So many.
I think that the Jesus thing is, you keep coming back to it because there's some agenda that you're kind of enforcing, and I don't know what it is.
Isn't that what the whole Bible's based upon? Kind of is the coming back of Jesus.
Yeah, that seems like the agenda that you're enforcing. I'm talking about eternal causal intelligence. That's why I'm not talking about Jesus.
Well, I'm glad to hear you're not spending a lot of time on Jesus.
All right, thanks for the Jesus hate call.
No, I appreciate you. No, I don't hate Jesus. I respect him. He turned water into wine. He fed the poor with the fish. He was going around doing some miracles. It was incredible.
Poor Jesus taught love, and they just crucified him.
And they're still doing it.
Sounds like a magician to me.
Well, teaching love is magic? I don't know. Sounds like he was. You have to be a Bible scholar.
Water into wine?
Yeah, is it metaphoric? Is it literal? These things to me, it's so tangential and neither here nor there. So for me to look into the epistemological ontology, the cosmology, the eternal intelligence, and see what that's about. And if that leads you to Jesus, great. If it leads you to atheism, fine. I'm just trying to show that these things are highly plausible.
I like your approach. I like your approach then, Greg.
Yeah, I think you'd like my book. I'll send you a free PDF. I talk a lot about that the idea of an eternal creator is what's called non-falsifiable. And you're familiar with science where conclusions that are non-falsifiable and therefore non-verifiable and therefore invalid. It's the assertion of to assert a causal intelligence, you'd have to be like intelligent at a cosmic level to even understand. Okay, so you can't really prove or disprove God. But what you can do is you can weigh all of the premises and conclusions and conjectures, the evidence, the design, the ontological arguments, epistemological arguments, cosmological arguments, your common sense. You can also look at the Bible, which I do very little of that, but you can. And you start getting a picture that is very, very highly plausibly in favor of an intelligent agency behind space-time. That's what my book's about. It's not about saying there's a fact here. It's about saying there's high plausibility, and physics is largely based on plausibility. And I talk about how dark matter is plausibly thought to exist. There is no evidence of it per se. You can't see it, touch it, taste it. You can't even measure it. It's all mathematical conjecture. But we believe it, or I don't believe it, but scientists believe it because it's plausible. Well, is it not plausible to believe in an eternal intelligence? Then it is. It's more plausible than dark matter. Yet, because of methodological naturalism confirmation bias, scientists reject any conclusions that are metaphysical. Does that make sense, Todd?
Yeah, it does completely. So I'm not in disagreement with you, Greg, on a number of points. I probably called in just to sharpen your skills.
Yeah, so it's good talking to you.
Yeah, you too. Appreciate the conversation, gentlemen.
Carry
on. Maybe you can tell us where we go, Greg, to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm working on it. I've got 4 more books in the canon, trying to get to the even deeper bottom than I have.
I'll read your book. I will read it.
Good, and always email me, and so I'll send you. I don't want people to always have to be buying books. I'll send you a free PDF.
I appreciate that.
My email is gregorygarrett@hotmail.com.
Yeah, if it impresses me, I'll send you back $5 or whatever you're charging.
Oh, okay, sure. I only make like 2 pennies off of each. After publishing fees, I make about 2 pennies off of each book. I'm obviously not in this for the money.
Well, I'll try to send you. I hear you. That's why I hear it. I hear it in your voice. Your passion. I appreciate the conversation, the interview tonight, gentlemen. Thank you.
All right,
you.
Todd.
Thank you, Todd.
Appreciate you calling
take
in.
Care.
Good evening.
And
Daniel?
that was Todd. Greg, I definitely appreciate you. Last time after Todd called in, I was a bit apologetic, so this time I kind of let it just go a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think one of the things is I'm a ferocious debater, and it comes out, I think, sometimes that I'll just keep going forever until I prove that I'm right.
Yeah, there's something to be said about being perhaps a little bit stubborn. Those type of people tend to get to the end goal. Yeah,
and I'm not really trying to hammer necessarily one position. I'm trying to hammer an epistemological approach. There's the idea, an author wrote about this in the Ascendancy of the Scientific Dictatorship, that there's epistemological cartels, the Royal Society of Great Britain and Tavistock, and now it's the Tyson and Bill Nye the Science Guy, kind of like scientism jerks. And they create a narrative, and I call it an epistemological normalization, like this opinion versus this fact. Certain things are allowed to be true, and certain things are not on the table. Heliocentrism is assumed to be a fact, though there's no evidence or proof of it. And so this is the epistemological range of debate. So when you hear me talking to Todd or anyone, I'm redefining the range of debate. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I definitely appreciate you giving the books out. I just had another person message me saying they're going to email you and request a book. They don't have any money.
Yeah, I got a lot of people. My last book, I mean, a fair amount of them sold. Of course, I make nothing after publishing fees off these books. But a lot of people from Europe, Australia, and Africa, a lot of people in Africa said, basically, I need your book. Like they were under duress, like physical harm. Like, I need your book. I need your book. Like, I have no money. Here's my, that happened like 20 times from Africa. So, and then someone said, well, in Africa, they're really fundamentalist and stupid. This person told me that. I said, well, no, they're actually kind of life and death. Like, they die over there of malnutrition and Bill Gates' poisonous vaccines. They actually are dying. Their need of truth there is to the bone, to the bone. They're not joking around. when they say I need your book, it's not because, I was going to go buy a vacuum at Target and then go watch a movie and I'd like to read your book. No, they're like, some of them are life and death. And a book that refutes atheism, that can really rejuvenate a person's faith. And maybe it's time for more faith. Maybe we've had enough empirical bullshit and it's time for a little bit more faith.
Hey, Greg. I hate to do this to you, but somebody just called twice. Looks like someone's really trying to jam their way in here. Should we take the call, or do you want to just keep trekking on?
Let's take it. We can always resume what we're talking about.
Yeah. Okay. And please, everybody, bear with me. This new Skype, it is just a real pain. So I actually have to dial you up after you try calling. So it'll just take me a moment here. And caller, I'll have you on the line in 2 seconds. And caller, you're going to have to pick up for us to talk to you.
Nobody?
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be going through. Okay, well, whoever that was, I do apologize. We'll just have to continue to move forward. Sorry about that, Greg.
That's fine. Well, okay, so we've kind of talked about some of the book, morality. Do you have any questions in the gun there you want to throw at me?
Absolutely. One thing that I liked, starting to read your book was this argument you made about the Big Bang Theory. Would you like to talk about that a little bit?
That it's not true? Was that the part of it?
Well, the way you kind of eloquently put it is, the argument is that you get from a lot of these atheists and scientific types that there's this huge grand event that requires almost something akin to a miracle, and then right after they say that, they quickly gloss over it and demand that you don't insert any great miracle into the equation.
Oh, yeah, that's kind of, that comes from Terence McKenna. And he has this kind of joke. He says, like, just give us one free miracle and we'll take care of all the rest. And that's kind of what you see. It's like, okay, where did everything come from? And so they say, well, it didn't come out of nothing because, ex nihilo, that's impossible. So it was just here. Okay, so that seems like kind of a miracle that, space-time is pretty complex stuff, and all of the history and knowledge of man, I mean, we're talking about a lot of trillions and trillions and trillions of intricate connecting patterns of complexity. Okay, so how does that come into existence? Well, it just kind of randomly stumbled down the ages through blind evolution. I mean, none of this makes sense. So science just says, well, just give us one free miracle, like existence, and then we'll fill in all the details from there. Okay, so they're asking for the same free miracle that the theists ask for. They say, well, we're saying there's a creator that brought life into existence. That's theists are accepting that they have a religious claim, and atheists have the same religious claim in reversal, kind of inverse. Like they're saying, no, we know there's no God. Okay, no, you don't know that. They're pretty much just inserting. It's like the God in the gaps. You've heard of that idea of God in the gaps?
No.
Oh yeah, the God in the gaps idea is that we don't. They say that atheists or theists say, well, we don't know, but we're just going to insert a divine authority before creation. Like in the gap of our knowledge, we're just going to say, yeah, God did it, because we don't know what else to say. It's called God in the gaps theory. And so in my book, I talk about a number of other, like science in the gaps, or I have a bunch of other ways I go about talking about it, that it's not just God in the gaps, it's also atheism has their own inserting things that are mystical and magical, and then pretending like they're science.
Well, on
so I don't know if that answers your question.
On that particular topic, yes, it does. But one thing that it does spark in my mind is this whole idea of, obviously the show is called End of Days Radio, and there's a lot of doom and gloom type of talk for me. But one thing that I always point out to these people that are trying to put me in my place and prove how wrong I am and how doomy and gloomy I am is I'll bring up this point to them. I'll say, well, okay, man has destroyed how many species? How many species are there that are definitely not coming back? And how many species have we created? I'm thinking it's 0. We have not created any species. There's no gaps there for us to fill. Once a species is gone, it's gone.
So you're talking about, now we're back to the evolution hoax, I call it. And, that's, again, that's something I go into great detail in this next book on the flat Earth. It's a huge amount on evolution.
And you kind of touched on it in your last book, too, which also helped inspire that particular thought.
Yeah, you must be talking about, I think, like chapter 86. I think I have the book in front of me. It's like, it says, I'm just reading from my own book. It's a Creation 101, Genetics and DNA, Rational Thought itself proves intelligent design. That's one of my favorites. Rational thought itself proves intelligent design. But if the universe is unintelligent and blind and random and stupid and dumb, then how can anything that you say about it be intelligent? You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think so.
Like, where does your rational, sentient intelligence, where is it coming from if the universe is meaningless, non-rational, unguided chance? You have to have, at some point, you have to have some intelligence in this equation to make an intelligent comment on the problem. This is the self-devouring, self-recursive, contradictory logic of atheists. But anyway, that's one of the titles in this evolutionary chapter 86. One of them is called Evolution is like an atheist superhero. Why don't I just read that, because it's short. Okay. Evolutionism is like an atheist superhero, able to materialize planets and stars from a tiny dot of nothingness, able to magically create a seemingly guided force that would give rise to life, at least once, and that life would be mysteriously evolved for no apparent reason, although giving the impression of being created for a purpose to fool its inhabitants, its purposelessness created. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. So that's just a short vignette from my book. That the superhero for the atheist is evolution. Evolution can do anything. It can make life. But if you look at biogenesis and abiogenesis, life can't come from non-life. It's a fact of science. You need life to get life. God would be the life. You can't have just cells in a petri dish or add lightning, Frankenstein. It doesn't happen. They've never done it.
And they've tried. They've tried too. They've tried to
What?
make these little aquariums and things, and tried to make a little sustaining ecosystem, and it always fails every time. You can't build a little mini sustaining ecosystem in an aquarium. It doesn't work. Things eventually degrade and fall apart.
Yeah, it doesn't even work that way to think that things evolve. I mean, you get into irreducible complexity, and I know that people that are into science go, you don't understand evolution, do you? It's like, well, no, the more you understand it, the more you see how stupid the whole game is. You really can't go from inorganic matter to just rolling and bumbling and stumbling along through natural selection and end up at an eyeball. It can't happen statistically, scientifically. Forget theology. Just statistically, mathematics, it can't happen. You can't have 125 separate mechanisms working in perfect concert where every single mechanism is dependent on the other for its survival to happen at the same time. You might get one color pigment that accidentally comes into existence, but you're not going to get the cerebral cortex and the retinal nerve and the cornea. All these things have to be working for any of the others to have a reason to exist. they all have to come into existence at the same time. It's called irreducible complexity. There's also an example called the flagellum, which is a very mechanistic biological apparatus that's very, it looks like a design. Okay, so that's irreducible complexity, which is another argument against evolutionary theory. But the more you study it, and in my book, if you read 86, I go pretty much deep into why, I do this in all my books, in the Scientism Delusion, this book, in the Flat Earth books. In all my books, I talk about how evolution is a hoax. And I use science. I don't talk about theology, or I just use the basics of statistical, mathematical modeling. And there's some really great evolutionary PhDs out there. Some of them are atheists, and they show how it doesn't work. So yeah, evolution was just created as part of the Big Bang cosmology narrative. So you need evolution and you need Big Bang to support evolution, which leads to eventually alien being your God. See, now we're getting into a deeper agenda, Daniel. You see how it all connects? It's like they invented the Big Bang in the 15th century, which would support evolution, and you needed evolution to stumble along the decades and centuries to get to now where they could launch their alien God. Through evolution, our engineers were like Prometheus, the movie, were ancient aliens, and they were finally, Jesus was a space cowboy. Jesus was a space alien. That's all it was. That's what they're trying to cram down our throats.
Yeah, and that whole concept is interesting because when you really think about it, when you look at it on paper, they're saying it's okay to believe in beings coming from the sky, coming from other planets, but it's not okay for a being to come out of the sky and come from heaven. It's not much different when you look at it on paper, yet one makes you a genius and the other one makes you a backwards idiot.
Yeah, it's funny, the game that they're playing, there's in my book, No Apology, Atheism Refuted, there's a topic on the brave new world of atheistic science. Do you recall that one at all?
I'm not sure I made it there yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. It's over 500 pages of, I just gave it to you, so don't worry. There's one, it talks about, the atheists will argue endlessly about peer-reviewed cosmological studies that don't cite God. This is what you're getting at. They don't cite God or creation, but they always narrow their findings to an unmeasured, generally quantum, all-powerful force, yet to be fully explained. It's not defined quite clearly. It's undefined. And if you mention to them that they've just described in so many words what is meant by God, they will hypocritically say, no, we're talking about something more powerful than anything we've possibly seen before, with the ability to create the cosmos, from an inflationary event with unimaginable energy. Something with emergent properties that operates under certain necessary conditions, and it's contingent to itself, which we're still investigating. And so you say to them, oh, so you're describing God. And they go, no, nothing is achieved by inserting God into the equation. It's an extra step that's unnecessary. And then they'll go back and they'll keep talking about this unmeasured, quantum, all-powerful, unexplained, undefined, creative force. Okay, you see the game? It's what I call methodological naturalism confirmation bias. So confirmation bias is you tend to support the things that you've already confirmed in your thought. So methodological naturalism is where the method you're using is that everything has to have a naturalistic conclusion. If there's anything that even smacks of metaphysics, you toss it out before you even look at it. And that's called methodological naturalism. And it's a confirmation bias. So what they're doing is they're describing God, and this is one of the key linchpin, I'm glad you brought that up, because it's a key linchpin point, a cornerstone point in my last book, is that science is now defining, especially with emergent universe theory and necessary conditions and emergent properties, they're literally defining the transcendental God of, like, the Bible. Except they're throwing out the term God and inserting quantum potentiality or necessary conditions. They're just trying to use the vernacular of the epistemological vernacular of scientism to sidestep the implications of there being a creator.
And it's funny because
if there's a creator, there's a moral responsibility that's attached to it. They're trying to sidestep morality. Science has artfully sidestepped morality. Atomic bombs, genocide, it's all on the table because there's no creator. There's just quantum force.
And another thing that you point out here, and something that I've kind of thought about myself, is there's a wall of, I'm not sure what you'd call it, convoluted wording and convoluted everything and overcomplicated sort of wording that creates a barrier that the average person feels too stupid to even attempt to cross.
Yeah, that's the scientism priest doing what they do best, which is mesmerism, and they use a vernacular and a nomenclature that's so complex that even they don't really understand what the hell they're talking about. They really don't. It's just like blackboard after blackboard of equations and Dirac equations, and
it's intimidation, intellectual intimidation.
Yeah, intimidation and manipulation and mesmerism and hypnotism and condescension. Like it's the same thing that happened in Egypt, where the priests were like, "Well, no, we understand God's word, and look at this eclipse. We predicted it," because they were kind of like alchemical scientists. They could predict astronomical events. So everyone thought, well, these guys are so smart. Plus, you keep education, the proper education, away from the people. You cram all kinds of misinformation into people's heads, and you don't teach them how to really critically think about authority. Eventually, they become stupid, and then it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Then you have to look to the scientism priests, just like the ancient priests of Egypt. You have to look to them for guidance because they are smarter. But smart doesn't mean moral. So highly intellectually powerful people are, probably more wicked than people that are just kind of like simple, empathetic people.
And I think this might be something that I got from some of the Terence McKenna stuff, but I know somewhere he said something alluding to really anybody can understand anything. Anybody can understand anything. And I really like that because I really believe that to be true. I think anybody out there, even if you're borderline mentally disabled, I think everybody eventually will get there, whether it's complicated math or science or anything. There's really nothing that your average person or anybody can't understand.
Yeah, I tried. Have you noticed that I'm kind of like I'm playing on two fields? One is highly intellectually sophisticated jargon, and the other is extremely vivid, dramatic, easy to understand talk. Have you noticed that kind of, like I'll say, there's epistemological cartels, and they kind of set the parameters or the range of debate about what's factual and what's just opinion. So if I just stopped at epistemological cartels, you might be going, okay, wait, I got to Google epistemology now. I got to Google what that means. But I try to give in my book, I do this constantly. I'll say a word and then I'll give the wiki definition like in a second later. So I think you're right. If you can have complex jargon and topics like science uses, but also explain yourself along the way so that people through repetition, just like in a school situation, you begin to understand the specific jargon of a speaker or a writer. But I try not to dumb anything down. You've noticed I don't dumb things down. I will get explicit and detailed about what I'm saying so that it's more or less accessible to most people. But there's always going to be some things that are going to be beyond the intellectual grasp of some people because they just are not up to speed. And I figure I'm not their teacher. You know what I mean? It's like I'm not everyone's teacher. There's a certain audience that responds to what I'm saying, and that another person may not respond to me, and they'll respond to David Icke or Alex Jones or Donald Trump, whatever,
Sure, and they might go through the David Icke and then go to this next thing and this next thing, and they might come around to you based on all the disinfo and strange sort of sci-fi fantasy stuff that they're pushing as reality. They may eventually end up on your stuff and then have a very revelatory experience.
Yeah, I think I'm kind of like the last bus station. That I should get a T-shirt like, "This is your last stop. If you don't get it here, kiss your ass goodbye." It's kind of like you're on a road of learning. There's Flat Earth and David Icke and Anunnaki and alien hybrids and chemtrails, and you go through all the Jesuits. You go through the whole thing. At the end of the road is me. I'm taking all of that and putting it together. Like, that's what I'm trying to do. That's why it's such a big thing. I'm taking the whole game, like 30 years of conspiracy thinking. I'm taking the whole thing and saying, okay, here's what it is. So it's a big job to reduce that into something that's simple for everybody. I mean, that's
an analogy that I can bring up for what you're doing is you're facing off against the majority. There's no doubt about that. You're facing against the accepted way of things. It's very much like standing up to a bully. It's almost like a David versus Goliath type of situation.
That's how I feel when I'm writing. I mean, I know that most of the world will just completely, if they could, they would skin me alive and kill me at this point for what I'm uncovering. Well, these are not things that anybody wants to hear.
A lot of people,
conspiracy theorists.
Yeah, and a lot of these atheists, they're taking this Richard Dawkins approach of attack, ridicule, bully, until your opponent, or not that they ever agreed to be your opponent, until they sort of just give in and submit. And then you try to pass that off as teaching somebody. Well, that's not teaching somebody. That's bullying them into submission and making them so afraid of ridicule they never question it again.
That's why I wrote my book. My book, I made kind of like a grandiose statement when I first announced on Twitter that I had a book coming out. I said it's the sword, it's the final sword for all theists to take down any atheist in the world. I mean, it's a pretty big claim, but it is. I mean, I've been on this road for over 35 years trying to find arguments for theism against atheism. This is the result of, this isn't just like book 2 after I wrote The Scientism Delusion. This is 35 years of looking at the most penetrating, convincing atheist arguments and completely destroying them. And like, if you're a theist and I'm not trying to say go buy my book, because again, email me and I'll give it to you for free. If you know everything in this book, you cannot ever lose against ever. I mean, I fought atheists for 35 years to get this knowledge. I know what they know and how they argue. And every single thing in this book destroys and crushes atheism. They will not confess to that because they will not entertain the evidence. If you give them evidence, they will say, no, we simply have no belief in God. And I'll say to them, no, wrong. I've proven through plausibility there is a causal creator. You now have the burden of proof, atheists. You have to prove to me. It's in your court. See, if they don't take that up, and there's no way to win at this point. They've lost, Daniel, atheists. They're sunk. That's why they're screaming and yelling and ridiculing and mocking. They don't have anywhere to hide. They've been exposed for what it is. It is an incoherent, illogical, methodological, naturalistic, biased insanity.
I really feel like some of them are almost like what I'd call spiritual vampires, somebody that's very hungry for something, but they don't quite know what that is and they don't understand it, so they just kind of come at you grasping at your collar, trying to suck your blood.
Yeah, that's the feeling. Again, the whole idea is they're not really, I know they call it straw man, and my book is full of fallacies, straw man fallacy, Gish Galop. I talk about the fallacious straw man effects that atheists claim that the theists are doing. Like, oh, you're just trying to say all atheists are like this. No, I'm saying after interacting with thousands of atheists, yeah, that's what I'm seeing. In addition to other people, we're not straw manning atheists. They are what we're portraying them to be. There's a hardline, stubborn, kind of almost existentially despairing anger that comes through.
Yes.
And that they're trying to use sterile science and very accurate laboratory talk, to capture you and nail you to the floor. There's nothing in what they're saying that's actually logical. It's just scare tactics based on non-thinking, because they're not thinking. They're just parroting the same party line. I don't believe in God. I have a lack of belief in God. I have a lack of, that's not thinking. They're not thinking or advancing their thought or inquiring or developing theories or arguments. That's all I do is look into things and develop theories and arguments. So it only takes me a few minutes talking to an atheist to put them in a box, and then they start using profanity and they get hateful and angry at me because they lost. That's where this book came from. I got sick of even debating. I said, look, I'm going to write a book that closes the deal, guys. And I've given it to atheists. I said, look, refute it and get back to me. Not one. I mean, they pretty much don't even want to touch it. They'll say things like, why should I read your trash? Like, that's not really somebody that wants to learn, is it?
Yeah, exactly.
They don't even want to open
That's
the book.
just it. They kind of seek to wear you down and tire you out, and they set up these little logical circles. And really, it's just that. It's just a form of distracting, trying to tire you out, trying to take your voice away from speaking to the crowd and only speaking to them.
I know, and they really chose. I went to a lot of atheist groups online. They really, they started to see how they just chose the wrong guy when they started to debate me. They didn't know who I was, like just some schmuck, they thought. And within weeks, I had so much interaction and data and debate from talking to them that my book started to write itself, because they didn't know what I was doing. What I was doing is I was debating the top PhDs that I could find, atheist scientists, and giving them a run for their money until they gave me their little secrets. See, if you debate an atheist, a PhD scientist long enough, they'll start coming out with things that are so complex and so convincing that very few theists can win. So I kept doing that until I had all of their most penetrating, like on the world level, the little details that are so convincing, and the way of saying things and rhetoric that there's no way you could beat them. I spent weeks looking at those arguments until I started winning. I mean, I had PhDs in Amsterdam getting hostile and angry. They could not fight it. They had nowhere to run. And after I did this for weeks, I decided, okay, I'm going to publish this as a book. That's what my book is. My book is the result of decades of battling the smartest atheists that I could ever encounter. That's why it's really hard for an atheist to look at it, because there's nowhere to run. Everything they've ever thought, every argument they've ever brought up, it's in my book, and it's trumped and destroyed.
Well, one part that I particularly found interesting was this idea that atheism itself in the scientific world, you pointed out that it's used to justify all sorts of unethical things, especially some of these experiments being done on animals. I really like animals, and I don't like the idea of them testing weird chemicals on kitties or monkeys or anything like that, or puppies. That's wrong, the way that I see it. There's got to be a better way. But if you live in a world with no God or ethics, it doesn't really matter what you do to these creatures.
Well, they keep coming back to say that morality is, quote, common sense, unquote, that there's a common consensus amongst people as to what is moral. And I keep telling them, no, there's not. I mean, everybody has a different sense of morality. The group consensus, it's called social morality, or, the group, the social survival of the group. There's plenty of people at the top echelon, atheists included, who are into genocide.
Yes.
There's heads of state and monarchs. You think the kings and monarchs of antiquity were, and they used Machiavellian tactics to, subjugate and kill and genocide and oppress, and they considered themselves good people. Okay, so there's no morality in science. It's not a moral system. Religion is moral. Science is empirical. So killing monkeys and experimenting for the benefit of science, the body of science. We're going to stop cancer, so we're, putting lesions in cats' brains. We're testing for epilepsy. We want to cure. This is always a rationale that they have for killing animals or doing MK Ultra. How many? I'd say hundreds and thousands, if not millions, of human beings have been abused sexually and tortured in laboratories for the benefit of science, MK Ultra. So there is no ethics in science, zero. And they can't even make a claim because there is no morality. There's just, common sense, which means it's meaningless. And yeah, that's the other thing about atheism is that, it's the drug, I say it's the drug of choice amongst communists. It's the drug of choice amongst totalitarian dictators for a reason. Because there is no moral doctrine.
It does kind of bring you back to the idea of, okay, if there is no God, then perhaps a scientist or a very rich billionaire might think this. If there is no God, well, then I am God, and that's pretty much Luciferianism right there.
Yeah, that's the whole point of social Darwinism. The epistemological cartels established evolutionary theory as the new religion, because that's all it is. Evolutionary theory is a religion. It's not proven. And so once they established evolution, then they started tweaking that into what's called social Darwinism, where the survival of the strongest and the fittest, this is what Hitler studied. They're meant, the monarchs and the kings, and they're meant to survive. And if they can crush you, then, you deserve to be crushed. And this is kind of science in full regalia, is that there's no...
Will to Power by Nietzsche. Will to Power heavily influenced the Nazis.
Yeah, Will to Power. There's Wagnerian kind of like the Lohengrin and the kind of rule of the Aryan gods. And so, that's what what is science about? Science is about control and power. That's all science really is. Controlling the environment, understanding nature so that you can control it, for survival. It's nothing about saving the planet. There's nothing in there about that. Those are religious concepts. Morality doesn't come from any kind of scientific doctrine. And scientists try to say, well, no, it's because of survival and the group needs to survive. Okay, well, actually the group doesn't need to survive, because if I can kill off 50 people in the group, there's more food for me. So it's not about that. And, it's hard to tell atheists the bitter truth is that they have no moral doctrine. There's no recourse to the law.
And I think it's important that's important what you're saying, because that's very true. The people that are in control of the population and the people that have all the money, the Illuminati, these Luciferians, that's exactly how they think. And that's why they're able to push it on all of us, because they have control of the schools and the universities and the scientists you see on TV. We really don't even have a chance to get anything out there, because as soon as you do, they can go in and edit Google or kick you off of YouTube or kick you off of Twitter. All they have to do is pull a few little strings and you're gone.
Yeah, the thing is, people have been brainwashed, to be moral and submissive and good to authority, not knowing that authority itself assumes the metal of absolute tyranny. That's really what they are about. You think when you go to work at Target that they want you to, it's a democracy? No, you're a slave. I mean, you don't stock the shelf in a certain amount of time, you're fired. There's no democracy. That's called slavery. That's what the world is based on, slavery. It's like indentured servitude. People voluntarily get jobs because they need money because of a corrupt economic system. I mean, the whole thing is designed to keep you as a debt slave. That's the whole point.
It's like after slavery, when they released all the slaves, a good percentage of them had to go right back to the plantation and work pretty much as slaves. The only difference was they got paid a penny for every hour.
Yeah, and things got better. Well, the slaves used to have free room and free board. A lot of them slept in the master's house. They had a beautiful house, and they had all electricity was paid for. Food, everything was free, except they had to build a fire, fetch breakfast for the master. They had to do duties, but the room and board was free. Okay, those were called slaves. Today, you go work for the master, the man, but you also have to pay for room and board. You also have to pay for you have to pay for everything in addition to enslaving yourself. So are things better? Well, you're given things like cell phones, and movies to watch, so to pacify you, so that you think you have like power and autonomy and liberty, but really you're just in a very tight digital. Now we're kind of getting into the transhumanistic narrative, right, where things are digital and they're clamping down on this digital world, this cyber digital matrix of computer AI, cell phone. Like, don't you have a cell phone near you right now and a computer? Right?
Yeah, I'm using it to look at my notes. I can't seem to get through one day without having it attached to me 24/7.
Yeah, it's like we're like Jason Silva, that shill for the AI, psychedelic movement of the new age, talks about our technology is an extension of our minds, and it is actually. We are able to go to places we couldn't go to because of technology, mentally and also physically. So and then Elon Musk wants the neural lacing, so we are enmeshed into AI. So we are extending our mind into the internet itself. We become the internet. It's called a node, and that's what geospatial intelligence. When they talk about controlling the world, they talk about everyone becoming a node in a computer system. You're just like an IP address. You're a node. And so eventually you'll just be a bit of information on a board inside the internet, neural laced, a computer chip in your brain. Now, it sounds crazy, and you and I have been talking about this for like a year or two, and I write about it in my last book, and I'm going to write about it more. But it's even, as we watch the weeks go by, it's going at breakneck speed. AI is getting crazy. Digital stuff, neural lacing, brain chips. I mean, I've been watching some videos on current stuff, and it's revving up. I mean, they're really going for it. I thought they were going for it years ago when I wrote The Scientism Delusion. But now, like, for all I know, I am 85% governed by AI. Everything I do now. Do you ever get the feeling it's not really your game?
Yeah, and in fact, I'm probably going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but it's my theory that a lot of this technology, like if you look at the Nazis and some of the channeling stuff they were doing, or a guy like Tesla, I think that some of these elite people might be channeling something and getting some of this technology from another realm, and what that realm is, I can't say, but it's probably trying to play itself off as aliens.
Yeah, that's I think that's something you and I agree upon, the alien in deception, that to try to paint it off as aliens, because they built this space narrative. You get back to the Jesuits in the 15th century, they constructed this fake astrophysical space narrative so that you can have your Big Bang, your evolution, and of course you can have your aliens now. So I think they were, these people are smart. They were looking ahead. If they could create outer space and, Star Trekville, then they could have their aliens. And so you would never be thinking in terms of spiritual forces ever again. And that's their ultimate goal, is to kind of like strip everybody away from biblical implications, like demonic entities, and have you thinking strictly of kind of secular scientific principles, which are actually occult, hermetic, religious ideas. So it's astrophysics is a religion, and Christianity is too. So now we're facing this kind of old, and this is, I think, now we can like go back to, I know Todd keeps bringing it to Jesus, but the Bible talks about this happening, this deception happening now, where there'll be this Christian traditional ideology against this New Age Luciferian ideology. And what are we seeing? Exactly that. So again, is it a blueprint? Is it a prophecy? Is it both? I mean, I can't answer these questions. I don't know, but it's definitely happening.
It goes back to the chess game, the idea that perhaps Christ, Jesus, Yeshua, whatever name you know him by, perhaps he came here, and what he did was he illuminated a small light and kind of spread the shadows around and cast them away, but evil had to do something, and they had to make a counter move, and that's when they started to pull the wool over everybody's eyes, because they didn't want the world to become truly enlightened. They had to come up with their own false enlightenment to cover up what Jesus did and obfuscate his entire existence.
Yeah, this is where we get into so many offshoot theories as to, like, why are we here to begin with? What's the point of creation? Is there a Messiah? These are things I rarely take on because it's actually beyond my, it may sound funny, but it's beyond my pay rate. To figure out the Messiah is beyond my skill set. I can talk about epistemological ideas and God and quantum physics and transhumanism and all the things I talk about, but proving the idea of Christ, it's beyond my capabilities. I think we're dealing with something that is, you have to kind of break into some intuitive feeling about Christ instead of getting so intellectual about it at some point. You get to a point where you're like, okay, there's 1,000 contradictory stories. Why would God create a scenario where people suffer and then you have to have a Messiah? All these things. And I don't know the answers to all these things. But I think I can use plausibility to address certain things, and that is that there's a intelligent, life-giving, goodness and loving force behind life. And I don't mean in the pantheistic New Age way that the universe is God. No, that's not what I mean at all. That's pantheism. I mean that there's a transcendent creator that's separate from this creation, that's not contiguous, and it's not contingent upon it. Like, it doesn't have to have you exist for it to exist, which is what the New Age teaches, the pantheism, that everything's connected. There's only the universe, and it's one big pantheistic monad, whereas the transcendental idea is that there's a designer that's behind the whole game, beyond time-space, eternal. Someone said to me once, I said, God's eternal. They go, yeah, but what created God? I go, do you know what eternal means? Eternal means beyond space-time. I mean, how do you have something create you if you're beyond space-time? I mean, eternal means there's no beginning. And the person just looked at me, yeah, but what created God? You can't answer that. I said, do you understand what eternal means? See, the definition of eternal means there's no beginning or end to it. God is eternal. What the scientism priests have done is they said, well, we're going to shift, we're going to move the goalposts back a little bit. We're going to say the universe is eternal. It doesn't need a creator. Okay, well, then we're back to Terence McKenna. One free miracle, and we'll fill in all the rest. Where did you get this universe from? Oh, that's a question you don't need to ask. Well, why not? Well, you can't ask that either. What? So you're deciding which questions I can ask now? I mean, there's no end to this trying to corner you into their methodological naturalism bias.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of this thing supposedly exists out there. It's just that we can't see it with the naked eye. So here's some CGI, and there's your proof that it exists.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dark matter is one of my favorites. Well, in fact, I'm going to, in this next flat Earth thing, I'm going to talk about black holes and the singularity. I'm beginning to see that the whole black hole idea is basically just a fabrication to scare the hell out of you.
Yeah,
that's all it ever was.
Yeah, that's I like that because that's something I've contemplated quite a bit because that's a really interesting area. There's really no direct evidence that they even exist, is there?
No, not at all, except for atheistic telescopes, which you don't have access to. It's just a running narrative to scare the hell out of you. I mean, this all started so long ago where they just look up at the heavens and they started inventing stuff like supernovas and black holes. And I talk at length in the Flat Earth book that's going to come out about sonoluminescence, and that the stars are basically sonoluminescent electromagnetic shimmer. And there's actually studies in laboratories where you can make a tiny bubble in a jar. There's a really good video that shows it. And this tiny bubble is like a grain of sand. It literally looks like a star, and it's got like extreme heat. It's pretty much you would swear it's a star. And when it implodes, it looks like a black hole. And when it explodes, it looks like a supernova. Basically, I think what you're looking at is sonoluminescence. It's like you've heard of bioluminescence, the things that glow under the ocean. Sonoluminescence is luminescence, electromagnetic luminescence. in what the stars would be, and it's activated by sound, hence the word sono, like sonorous, sono. So sonoluminescence. So you're looking at stars, and they're just shimmers of electromagnetic potentiality. And that's all it is. Okay, so they turn this into billions and billions of light years away, massive orders of magnitude, billions and billions of orders of magnitude, big, large, distant, vast. Polaris is trillions of miles away. They just kept adding fantasy upon fantasy until you think that there's this huge game out there of massive supernovas and black holes, star eaters and quasars. It's just basically a very small game. I mean, I'm thinking some stars are no bigger than a marble, because in sonoluminescence, there's so much heat and incandescent intensity that it shines for thousands of miles. So think about this, Daniel. If the stars are, more or less laced within the firmament, they're only 300 to 6,000 miles up, which makes a lot more sense than billions of light years away, because the constellations are fixed. There would be huge shifting of constellations every day. You've never seen the same constellation. If we were spinning at 1,000 miles per hour and 6,700,000 miles per hour in orbit and millions of miles per hour as our solar system shoots out, you'd never see constellations being fixed, or Polaris wouldn't be fixed, the parallax. So the fact that they're fixed suggests, in many other variables, the stars are close, and they're basically electromagnetic. And all these distances to scare you about the cold, meaningless, or extremely hot, or vast, or distant, hostile space to scare you. And black holes are the ultimate death machine. It's a bottomless pit of death. Even light can't escape.
And that distance,
the singularities.
That distance that you're talking about, it puts everything out of reach, and then they can make all kinds of claims because it's out of reach.
Yeah, you really have no authority or jurisdiction to make any judgments as long as they keep the game out of your hands. It's kind of like, think of it as a basketball game. As long as they keep the ball in their hands, can you make a shot?
Yeah, exactly. Moving the goalpost again.
Yeah, so if they keep the ball in their court, I call it the epistemological cartels. The epistemology, or in other words, facts versus opinion, if they establish the range of debate as to what is factual, and they keep enforcing that through repetition, then you pretty much can't comment in any other way. You have to play within their own nomenclature. You have to play in their courts. Yeah. You have to play with their rules. And of course, I'm a threat. The scientism delusion completely destroys their court, their rules. I'm making a whole new game with my rules. And my rules are the rules of science, as opposed to occultism. I'm using just science, which involves electromagnetism, what you can see and measure and observe with your eyes, empirical science. If you get back to empirical science and discard all the conjecture and assumptions of scientism, that's the entire house of cards of modern science collapses. Einsteinian relativity collapses. Quantum electrodynamics, quantum theory, all of it collapses. I mean, it doesn't collapse into nothingness. It collapses into what it actually is, which is mathematical, statistical conjecture, quasi-mystical occultism. That's all it really is, actually. Even if you can use it to make a supercomputer, doesn't mean you can't use occultism to construct things, because, dark satanic strategies can be used to make music for the Academy Awards. Look at Katy Perry's Dark Horse video. She's a satanic witch. It's like a ritual on stage to hypnotize the young girls in the audience and make them witches. I mean, you can use dark magic quite effectively, alchemy, but it doesn't mean it's good or true in an empirical sense. When I say empirical, I guess I'm talking about God.
Yeah, she's one that they seem to really push a lot of things through, including aliens.
Well, she's, big breasts, pretty face. That's all it is. They just sell it with sex. Occultism is usually sold with sex. Miley Cyrus, Kesha, Madonna was the first big Illuminati whore, and they got Katie's a big whore. And I mean, they're all just basically sell-out whores that puppets that do the space alien narrative or push MK Ultra style Project Monarch mind control on the young girls. I mean, they're trying to MK Ultra the whole world. When you watch a movie, you're being MK Ultra abused. I don't know if you knew that. Just about any movie in Hollywood is abusing your mind to brainwash you.
I would say that some of these horror movies especially seem to contain some sort of occult trauma. And I don't know exactly what I'm trying to say here, but it's probably related to what goes on in these occult rituals where people's minds are erased and they're altered programmed to go out and do strange things. I know trauma is a very big part of the MK Ultra program and mind control in general, and I believe some of these scary as shit movies are probably doing it to us.
Yeah, it's called trauma-based mind control, and the thing is, people think that they're kind of like dancing around, or around Robin's barn, as the expression goes, that they're kind of like making scary things to scare you, to control your mind. That's not how they're doing it. I mean, I have a bachelor's in psychology too, so I have a little insight as to how the mind works. Other than occult craziness, it's more like creating a very volatile, hostile, scary, terror, just completely terrified situation that the audience responds to in a lightning second split. Then they kind of flash into a subliminal, gorgeous, beautiful, sensual scene of a pastoral village in a hillside, and you don't even know why you're watching it, okay? And all of a sudden, there's a tempo, a very precise tempo, just like writing. I'm a musician, I write a lot of music. There's a tempo and a meter, and every note has a reason for being, and it hits on tempo. These movie makers aren't just throwing out images that terrify. They're working an MK Ultra script to capture you, which involves creating an altar in your brain. They terrify you so that you disassociate from the situation as you're sitting in the theater. Then they provide something that's, they associate something that's occult with an escape from the terror. This is an MK.
Yeah, it's a way of inserting something in the mind, pretty much.
Yeah, it's called creating an altar. They'll take young girls that are 5 years old, and they'll basically rape them until they're almost dead. I mean, this is horrific. This is MK Ultra. This is what's
Greg,
really going on.
I finally got the gentleman on the phone. Caller, are you there?
Yes. How are you doing this evening, Danny?
Hello.
Hi.
What's your name, sir?
Can you hear me? This is Al.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Al. Good to hear from you again. Do you have a question for Greg?
Not so much a question as I can repeat just about everything he's been saying.
You can what?
Refute pretty much everything you've been saying.
Oh, okay. Well,
that so-called Jesus and Jehovah from the Bible.
Take one thing at a time.
No, that Jesus and Jehovah from the Bible. They were humans at one time. They lied to a bunch of asshole people and convinced them that they were God and His Son, and they got a whole bunch of assholes, dumbasses, believing that they're God and His Son. They're theocrats. They live on the upper astral plane. There is no heaven. When you die, go through that tunnel with light at the end of it. That's a holding pin for your soul that aliens set up on this planet to keep your ass stuck here so you cannot travel to other stars and planets and be any creature you want to be, like the normal system set up in the universe. Normally on the planet when you die, you can go and become any creature on any planet in the universe. Any creature that goes on, you can go to any planet and be any creature on that planet. The aliens, the Syrian aliens, set up a soul trap here, so when you die, they put you in a holding pen and force you to reincarnate down here so that they can use your energy to keep this whole matrix bullshit that we got called modern society going. Jesus and Jehovah are fakes. Allah is a fake. The Buddha, all the God people out there that claim to be a God of some kind, they're all fakes. They're just discarnate spirits claiming to be something, and tricked a whole bunch of people into believing it so that they could have followers to keep their energy going. Normally, when you die and go in the holding pen areas, if you do not reincarnate within 50 years, then your soul evaporates. All that's left is your ego. That's what you take with you. But if you die and leave this planet and you actually get to escape this reincarnation bullshit, once you leave here, you don't take your soul with you because that just evaporates off you. That's just your astral body. That's all a soul is. The one thing you have that you can keep is your ego.
Would you say that the reincarnate? Are you saying there's reincarnation? I'm not saying you're wrong or right, but are you saying
reincarnation is the rule? You can reincarnate as any being on any planet you want to be, any creature on any planet you want to be, and experience that life. That's what life really is. You're supposed to be able to travel the stars, go to any planet, and be any creature on any planet you want to be. Once you die,
sounds like a mixture of Hinduism and Mormonism.
I don't follow any of them religions. I live in Utah. The Mormons say God lives on full.
I'm just saying. I think what you're describing is it's like a mixture of Hinduistic thought and the Mormon ideology. I mean, there's a lot of theories. It's kind of like there's 1,000 different models for theology and the soul and like who is Christ and who is Buddha. And you can go on forever about like ancient Egyptian stories of Horus and Osiris. Set, is Christ just a repackaging of these ancient Egyptian stories? And of course, there's a guy named Chris White who did a video debunking the Zeitgeist movie. The Zeitgeist movie said that, oh no, Christ is just a repackaging of ancient sun worshipping, hence the word, Son of God, right? You've heard of the idea of Son of God?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then Son, people say, oh, what they mean is Son, S-U-N. That Christ is just a repackaging of the Sun religion. But, Son in ancient Hebrew isn't S-U-N. I'm not sure what it is, but it's certainly not S-U-N. That's like an English word. Just because the word sun is in there doesn't mean it means sun, like S-U-N. Because the word sun in Hebrew is not spelled S-U-N. So these types of things where, Christ is a repackaging, those are kind of like hard to swallow. And again, there's a guy named Chris White who debunked all this stuff. And he did a good job showing how that it's actually a unique situation, the Christian idea. It's not a repackaging of anything, actually. But anyway, aside from that, you have that, and you have all these other Hinduistic ideas of reincarnation, the astral sheath, you have the causal body, the astral body, and you have the ego, you have the self. These are all astral and causal sheaths, they call them in Hinduistic and the Vedic Upanishads. Now, whether that's the truth or not, again, I don't know. And then the Buddhists have their own version of this. And so you can skirt and skate in between all these religions and develop something that sounds like it's right. And see, I can't disprove nor can I prove anything you're saying. For me, it's called non-falsifiable. It's non-falsifiable. I don't know. I mean, for me, it's about plausibility. In my book, I don't argue in favor of falsifiable theories. I don't say that I can prove that Christ or God or anything. I say that plausibly, because of the evidence, it stacks up. Plausibly, highly plausibly, this is the case. And it can be argued, everything I'm saying can be argued, but you have to start having a summation of data points that really refute what I'm saying. That's kind of my position, is that it's plausible to believe that there is a causal intelligence to life. And that's all I'm saying. It's plausible, highly plausible. So now your theory is interesting, and I can't disprove nor can I prove what you're saying.
All right. Well, aliens set up a barrier around this planet to keep our souls trapped here, so that they set up all the religions. All these religions on the world that we have today were set up by aliens to keep the masses confused and keep them in check, to keep them under control.
But wait a minute. Before, I've heard this argument. People have said, like, the Bible was made to enslave man. Okay, wait a minute. The whole strategy of the whole strategy of occultism is to use debased, immoral decadence to capture your mind. Psychedelics, sexual freedom, manipulations, self-serving, you are God, self-worship. They use very selfish, greedy, narcissistic, depraved, immoral strategies to capture and enslave you. The Bible is the opposite. It's sexual temperance. It's self-mastery. It's obeying no man and only the Lord. It's like the exact opposite of slave tactics. I have a huge problem accepting the idea that the Bible is a slave code if it teaches liberty from the passions, liberty from the lust, liberty from the lower nature, whereas all the occult teachings attach you and make you a slave to your lust, a slave to your greed, a slave to your self-obsession. So I can't buy the idea that the Bible is a slave strategy. It's just the opposite if you think about it.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that heaven does not exist. Hell does not exist.
Okay.
It's upper and lower astral planes from this existence here.
Okay, well, we can assert anything we want all night long. I can just claim anything I want, but I'm trying to root things and anchor them in terms of plausible, logical ideas. I mean, just asserting something is interesting, but it has to be developed beyond that. Otherwise, it's just an assertion, and that's...
Have you ever heard of a book called The War in Heaven, The Invisible College?
Yeah, I have.
It's available online. It's out of print, but you can go online and read it. I suggest you go read that. That's the truth. That's what's really going on.
Absolutely. I mean, believe me, I've been through, since being in the New Age years and decades ago, I've been through so many books and systems that were, quote, the truth. I mean, I've been Buddhist, I've been atheist, I've been agnostic, I've been Christian, I've been Hindu, I've been Zen Buddhist, I've been involved in Zoroastrianism, occultism. You know, I've tried every system, Hinduism, and so yeah, they all claim to be true. Everyone says they're the truth. I know.
Well, I'm an alien contactee, and the aliens that enslaved this planet are scared the fuck out of me. As soon as I die,
and Al, I do thank you for calling in. I thank you for calling in.
Those aliens might be demonic forces. Who knows? I mean, I don't know. I can't tell you.
No, I'm telling you, the ones that frickin' rule this planet are scared of me. They want me gone when I'm done with my stuff. They want me out of here. They don't want nothing to do with me. There's another group of aliens out there that are way stronger than them and got way bigger armies. And if they find out what's going on here, they're going to come here and put an end to their bullshit.
All right, Al, I do thank you for the call and for creating some thought-provoking discussion. I definitely invite you to call again, but until then, good night, my friend. All right, Greg, appreciate you taking another call.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I don't think you probably wanted to tackle that one, that the aliens are terrified of Al.
Well, you know, it's when you have an emotional experience, and I'm not discounting or discrediting anything he's gone through. It's just that I guess I've been down this road so many thousands of times that I'm just like, okay, well, you know, I understand. You know, there's probably more truth to learn, but just keep studying. I don't know.
Yeah, I've done similar stuff. I mean, I've talked a lot about reptilians. There's a point where I felt like I was a big shot because I knew more about reptilians than just about anybody. But, you know, after going back into it time and time again, there's nothing new. And I've pretty much concluded most of what I've learned was kind of a waste of time because at this point, I believe it to be complete bullshit.
Yeah, it's a humbling journey when you realize everything you know is a crock of shit. Isn't it? It's just like, oh, okay, so I got to start up again? Like, you have to erase the blackboard? I mean, all the things I'm talking about, that's why I tread lightly with the Jesus Christ idea. I'm not qualified to make too much, and I know quite a bit about all the biblical ideas and Christian. I know a lot. I've been involved in Christianity my whole life, but I still am not qualified to really comment with authority. Gary Wayne is far, far, far more qualified than I to comment on the divinity of Christ or, you know, the ideology of Christianity. And so I just don't even take up that topic, and because what's going to be another thing that I would say that I don't know what I'm talking about. I mean, do any of us know really what we're talking about? We're just trying to, you know, this is new territory. In a way, we're going into stuff that's absolutely new. I mean, this isn't just Anunnaki talk or transhumanism, you know, or even just atheism versus theism. We're trying to get to, and it's not secret knowledge either. We're trying to get to a kind of a truth that's so fundamental that it's really difficult to even understand what we're doing.
Yeah, and I'll
You know,
kind
I
of
mean, this
have a
is not.
bad habit of one thing that I tend to do is I try to just make everything fit together and come up with one
Right.
unifying sort of theory where I can have my Nephilim and still have this and still have that. But it doesn't always work, and that's okay because it's a journey. We're just trying to learn, and it's fun. That's what life's all about. It's about learning. It's not about just accepting what the priest has to say or what the scientist has to say. It's about going on that journey on your own.
Yeah, and I think the thing about a lot of these people involved in conspiracy is that they really have run the gamut with traditional science and history, and they start to see the chinks in the armor, and they say, well, I want to keep learning. So they have to start exploring things that are off the map. And so you're uncharted, cartography. This is new stuff. Some of it's never been traveled before. And it's not like astral travel, secret knowledge kind of stuff. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, that's been traveled before. People take some DMT, psychedelics, study Hinduism, and you can travel all these labyrinthian realms of secret knowledge and get all this special power and wind up completely useless to yourself and anybody.
Yeah,
This is not what this is.
Another point I could bring up there is a lot of times you hear from the psychedelic community about things like ego loss. You hear that from New Age too. But the problem with that whole ego loss thing is the ego always comes back. It never stays away completely. Your ego will always return to you. There's no such thing as ego loss. That's another lie.
Yeah, the dissolution of the ego is one of the goals of occultism and psychedelics. The dissolution, whereas it becomes dissolute, it becomes so detached from your consciousness that it's like blacking out. You're no longer the agency of your actions. You've surrendered agency to whatever demonic forces. I mean, what are you? Not you particularly, but what is a person surrendering to when you're in the throes of salvia divinorum? What are you surrendering to when you're gasping for consciousness at the bottom of a DMT flash? What exactly are you surrendering to? And this is the thing that has to be looked at, is that, yeah, you lose agency. There is a dissolution of ego, and something enters into your consciousness, but then your ego comes back, and you have to deal with it now. There's people that are brain damaged for decades after too much of the wrong DMT and LSD, or, they can't ever really come back. They've surrendered parts of themselves to something else. So yeah, the ego is what keeps us intact on the earth. If you don't have an ego, if there's a threat in front of you, it will just eat you alive and you'll die. There's a reason to have an ego. But an ego that is terrified or fearful, that might be what some of these high masters are talking about, the purification of the ego, where you purify it, where you have less fear and all that kind of thing. And I mean, now we're getting into like occultism, I guess.
Yeah, and that's just the thing. I mean, there's so many ways that you can look at this stuff. Even in the cult world, they can't really agree on anything. There's people that say, oh, demons, they're a product of the mind. All spirits are, all angels and aliens and everything. And then you have another camp that says, no, these are real things. They're real entities. They're real beings. Even if you go from that perspective, you're not going to get any concrete answers. You're just going to get more arguments and more conjecture.
Yeah, I think I wrote about that in the last one. There's a labyrinth. They want you in this labyrinth of inquiry. And I think I was joking that I am in that labyrinth, like by my own volition. I keep going down and to explore these convoluted mazes, especially when you get into quantum physics and even things like nuclear bombs. Are they real? Is it a hoax? Dinosaurs? Are they real? I mean, you can just keep... I throw all this in my books. As soon as I think about it, I investigate it. There's, I forgot which book it is in now. Maybe the Flat Earth book. I talk about dinosaurs and what is the sun actually? Are nuclear weapons, are they real? All this stuff kind of, you get to a place where you really don't believe anything. I'm at that place where I'm not convinced of quantum physics. I'm not convinced of special relativity, and Einstein, as far as I'm concerned, was just a copyright clerk. That's kind of my joke. Nothing more. He was a copyright clerk that was involved in Zionist politics. He was like a poster boy for the Zionists. They wanted to push like a Superman, a superhero, because they were having problems with the Michelson-Morley experiment on light. I don't know if you're familiar with this background, but the speed of light idea, and they pretty much were proving that the Earth is still and stationary with the Michelson-Morley experiments. So they invented this character called Albert Einstein. He was a copyright clerk. He flunked math. He's kind of an idiot. I love saying this on the radio, by the way. It needs to be said. The only way to make 5 billion enemies with one sentence is for me to say, Albert Einstein was a moron. And I mean it. People, so you're smarter than Albert Einstein. So, well, no, I'm not like a little smarter, 10,000 times, because this guy was a copyright clerk. He was a Zionist puppet. He's like Neil deGrasse Tyson. He just did what he was told. He stole patents from a copyright office. Tesla was the genius, Einstein was just put in position to counteract the Michelson-Morley experiment, which revealed the Earth is stationary. They needed a way to combat that. They needed to create relativity, special relativity, where light bends. See, if light bends and there's different properties to light because of relativity, then the Earth is actually spinning. See, that's what Einstein was invented for, to counteract the idea that the Earth is still.
So basically, Einstein, you pointed out in the scientism delusion that many of these people, the Alex Joneses and people like that, they are characters playing out their roles on this main stage we call reality. And I've actually heard that sort of speak repeated time and time again in some unusual places. But I know that comes from you. And basically, Einstein is another one of these people.
Yeah, it's just like Shakespeare, all the world's a stage. We're but poor players strutting and fretting our hour upon the stage. And that's Neil deGrasse Tyson. I mean, some of it's very obvious. Bill Nye, the science guy, he was an actor. He's a comedian. He's actually in doing commercials and movies as a comedian. He was an actor. Then he got a job doing science. He's not a scientist. Okay, so he was actually an actor, and Neil deGrasse Tyson is an actor. Einstein was a copyright clerk. He wasn't a mathematician. I mean, you don't go from being a copyright clerk and like daydreaming on the bus, coming up with it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. You think these great physicists like Feynman didn't understand mathematics and just like stumbled across quantum electrodynamics while taking a hot tub? No, they are thoroughly trained in their field. Einstein was a political Zionist pushing an agenda along with his other Zionist pals. Same with Stephen Hawking. Hawking never knew anything. I mean, he might have known something, but I think he died 50 years ago, and they've had 10 doubles. He's just a poster boy. He's like the guy you can't criticize. Like, it's like the Jews in Germany. Like, you can't say anything against them because Hitler tortured them, right? Are you anti-Semitic?
Oh, yeah.
Same with Hawking.
Not to interrupt, but one thing that they recently did is any sort of website that questions the Holocaust, it will now not show up in Google's results. That's a recent thing in the last 6 months. So now if you want to look at the other side, and by the way, I'm not taking this side or that side.
I know.
I'm just saying if you want to look at the other side and you want to look at some of the Holocaust denial stuff they call it, you can't even look at it anymore. You can't even hear the other argument because they're actually doing mind control, the Ministry of Truth. They're actually taking it off the plate so you can't even see what it is.
Yeah, they're controlling the narrative. If you're right over the target, then they're going to shut you down. If there's truth, if there's a taboo, if you're not permitted to talk about it, then you're speaking some truth that you're not supposed to even know.
Yeah.
So people always say, well, are you denying the Holocaust happened? I said, well, no, the Holocaust certainly happened. Over 71 million Christians were killed in Russia. Doesn't that sound like a Holocaust to you? Oh, you mean Germany? Oh, well, there wasn't even 6 million Jews in Germany to kill. It was all made up. Most of the Jews got shipped to Palestine. Hitler, it's called the Havara Transfer Agreement. This is all facts of history. You don't learn it in school, though. But anyway, there's definitely misdoings that happen in Germany, and my studies show that it was the Zionist Jews that committed the Holocaust, not the Nazis. It was actually Zionist Jews in those concentration camps that were responsible. And I don't think there was any kind of gassings or burnings. I think that's all made up. But you know what Holocaust means is like burning. And did you know that at the end of the German war that they were instructed by Hitler to take hundreds of vessels of Jewish ashes and sprinkle them over Germany? Did you know that?
No.
Because Holocaust means it's a sacrifice, a burning. See, it was the war was a Luciferian ritual. I don't know if you knew that World War II was a satanic ritual committed by the Zionists, and they paid Hitler to come to power. They backed him. So that the Holocaust, the burning, sacrifice of the Jews by the Jews. Let me put it this way. The Jews were killed by the Zionist Jews. The Zionist Jews aren't true Jews. They are Khazarians who infiltrated Judaism. Does that, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, definitely. I've, it's definitely a touchy topic, obviously, and forcefully so.
Yeah.
But I have looked into this, and basically it's exactly like you say. Ironically, right now in Israel and in Palestine, they're probably exterminating the people that are more closely related to the original Jews than they are, ironically.
Yeah, so it's just like, basically in a nutshell, it's the Zionist Jews who are as crypto Jews, or what would you call them? Crypto Khazarians? Crypto something. I mean, they're basically, they're crypto Jews. They're pretending to be Jews, but they're really Khazarians. And it's a bloodline. And this is like the Rothschilds, right? They're responsible for starting wars. They sacrificed the religious Jews, the Sephardic religious Jews, the good people.
Yeah.
As a Luciferian ritual. World War II was a Luciferian blood sacrifice. And so that's why Hitler told them to sprinkle the ashes over Germany, because that was the whole point of the war. They were sacrificing the religious Jews to further the agenda to create the new Israel. I mean, why do you think Hitler sent the Jews with their riches to Palestine? If Hitler hated Jews, why would he send the Jews with all their riches? You see, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and I think it's important to point out that even though these people use the name Hebrew or Jew in terms like that, just like you say, they're hiding behind Judaism. Really, what they are Luciferians, and worshiping Satan, worshiping the devil, has nothing to do with true Judaism. It's completely counter to that. They're just liars. They're frauds. They are not real Jews. This is not an attack on real Jews. It's an attack on the imposters, the Luciferians that are pretending to be Jews.
Yeah, I really couldn't put it any better than how you just put it. That's very eloquently said. It's an infiltration of Judaism, and Jews and Christians and Muslims and Buddhists and Hinduism. They're all equal in terms of they're loving people just like anybody else. But there is a elite, a Luciferian, satanic elite that's infiltrated the Jews. It's infiltrated Christianity. It's infiltrated Buddhism. It's infiltrated atheism. This bloodline of ancient Luciferian occultists run the world from behind the scenes through infiltration. And so the Jews got the raw end. The Jews were sacrificed by Zionists who called themselves Jews, but they weren't. So this is where it's very complex to talk about. And, you have to make sure you make a disclaimer that this is nothing against Jews or Christians or anybody. They don't even know that this happened. Most people have no idea that that's what happened.
Yeah, exactly. And just putting that disclaimer out there, because I know sometimes people do jump to conclusions. They get very offended. Oh, you said the Holocaust didn't happen. Well, my grandfather was there. Okay, but did he actually see anybody get put into the gas chamber?
Right, and that's a whole other, this whole, we can go on forever about the investigation of the gas chambers post-war, and they found that they actually put vents in the ceilings, like right after the war ended.
Yeah.
The Russians scooped in and started building to create the illusion that there was an agenda they were trying to, but there wasn't really gas chambers. The walls weren't covered with the same, toxic stains that were supposedly used. I mean, it's all just propaganda. It didn't happen that way. It did happen that many Jews were worked to death in camps, but it was most assuredly the Zionist Jews who ran those work camps, even the Nazis. And they didn't know what was going on because Hitler used compartmentalization. The left hand doesn't know what the right hand's doing. Like in NASA, it's run from the top down, need to know basis. Hitler had very slick communication. Most people didn't know what the left hand was doing. They just did their little job. It's only Goering and Himmler and Goebbels and Hitler that actually knew what the big picture was.
Yeah, which may have been another Jesuit tactic as well.
So it's all Jesuit. And again, what's before the Jesuit? Like, how far can we go back? Like, what is Jesuit? Is it a Khazarian bloodline from Georgia, Russia? And what is that? Is that the synagogue of Satan, from the Bible? And what is that? Is that some kind of Zoroastrianism, occultism? I mean, I don't know how far to go back as to figure out what label to use. That's why I have a joke in Science and Delusion where I talk about, is it the Jesuits? Is it the Knights Templar? Is it the Jews? Is it the Gnostic Christians? Is it the atheists? Is it the Freemasons? Is it the Illuminati? And I said, is it Oprah Winfrey? Just like, where do you stop?
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out real quick was, there's so much thought control in regards to the concentration camps and the Holocaust and that sort of thing. You're not allowed to question it. In some countries, there's laws against it. But as far as the what I call an actual Holocaust, as in the atomic bombs being dropped on 2 cities in Japan, where there was an actual huge flame that spread radiation and melted people, incinerated them on their feet, that's really much more like a Holocaust than anything else, and that's all completely justified. That was a good thing. People will say that's a good thing that we did to those Japanese people. We incinerated them because we had to, and that's not even considered a bad thing. That's considered a great heroic act, is incinerating all these women and children alive.
And that's the demonization of your enemy. There's a line from a musical, you have to learn to hate. You see, you demonize your enemy, right? And then you can kill them. So we were taught that, Russians they're the evil. Russians are the enemy. So then, it's easy to start demonizing Russians. I think Sting did a song, If the Russians Love Their Children Too. It's kind of sappy, but the point's well made. Don't the Russians love their children too? Like, aren't they just like you and I? Are they trying to kill us? No, they're not. It's just the elite. It's like Captain America, Project Hydra. If we can get the enemy to destroy itself by fighting amongst itself, then we will save ourselves a lot of trouble. It's like the mad German scientist. Well, that's what's going on. They're pitting us against each other. Civil war in America, gender war, feminism against, conservatism.
Yeah, and a lot of black versus white. Yes, that's got to be the major one in the United States. I mean, just looking back at that history, it's crazy. There's presidents involved in racism. How
about flat Earth versus heliocentrism?
Yeah.
It's pretty much picked up some crazy steam. I mean, it's in the mainstream media now. You've got Tyson defending a heliocentric model. He drops the mic to prove there's gravity, like an idiot. But you have all these different types of flat Earth heliocentric battles coming to the. So now, what if that spins out of control? Wouldn't that be something crazy upon crazy? If that's the big, instead of race, it's flat Earth versus heliocentric. You got people, because you know how hostile and angry people get about that topic.
Yeah, especially if you press them.
Because you spent your whole life believing the authority. And then someone says to you, you were so stupid that you were deceived since preschool, you've been deceived. I mean, people do not want to hear that.
Yeah, they really, one thing that people don't want to hear is they don't want to hear that they're not the rebel that they thought. That's just very shattering. If you think you're some kind of John Connor and you're fighting the system, oftentimes you find out that, it's just controlled opposition. It's like that book 1984 when Winston and Julia think that they're hanging out with a guy that's like a rebel and a freedom fighter. Turns out, the guy's name is O'Brien. Turns out O'Brien was working for Big Brother the whole time.
Yeah, and that's what I think anyone who studies these topics goes through in my book, One Deception to Rule Them All, which is not out yet. I have a section called Web of Deception. Then I have a thing called Layers of Deception. And then I have a chapter called Layers of Execution.
Layers of execution.
Yeah, well, Layers of Deception, I have like the Anunnaki, the Book of Enoch, the Names of God, Planet Nibiru, Age of Aquarius, the New Age stuff, the New Age of Atlantis. These are all like deceptions that have been set up. And then I have Layers of Execution, like how do you execute all of these deceptions, dinosaurs and, the nuclear weapon thing, is it real? You execute like chemtrails, the 5G grid Skynet,
Yes.
putting the world online, Smart Desk, Project Bluebeam, ancient aliens, occultism. So that's the execution. And then in between that, you have like webs of deception. So it's very intricate to lay it all out. I'm doing this in the book. It's not out yet. So basically going to be layers and then the layers of execution. And when I said execution, did you think I meant like the guillotine?
No, I had a feeling it meant actually enforcing something, possibly killing us, because I know that is something that they want to do.
Yeah, that's I've heard about like FEMA camps where they have like thousands of guillotines being. I mean, if we keep talking this way, we'll get to that horrific realization that there's a massive calling. I mean, this is the dark part that people don't want to get to, but there's a calling, like calling out cattle, that they want to call out billions of people through war and, persecution, execution, bad food, chemicals, chemtrails, whatever it takes to call out, because they want the land for themselves, There is an idea that there's land beyond Antarctica, and they're going to shit can the entire world because they already have like 3 times as much land beyond Antarctica. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I've seen that map that was getting passed around. That's a very interesting one.
Of the Zen Buddhist map from the 10th century? I posted that on Twitter. I said, people, look at this. What if it's concentric circles, like I was saying? What if Antarctica is just the beginning of many, many concentric circles that propagate out, and there's land in each, like Atlantis might have been an exterior concentric circle. It just keeps going out. And what if it's an infinite plane? What if it does go infinitely? What if there's so much land that they can just destroy world after world and just keep propagating out and not even care? I mean, see, people think, well, why would they destroy the world? Well, if they have lots more land and it's not working out here, they want slaves and it's not working out, they can just have a huge war and not really care. They're underground anyway. They're in bunkers.
And I think there's enough evidence to show that a lot of these people, or perhaps all of them, they are racist, they are eugenicists, and they'd have no problem killing all the dark folk out there.
No, they don't care at all. Eugenics and social Darwinism, it's all part of the same playbook.
And not just dark folk, also poor white people too, because poor white people to them are no better than any of the other races they despise.
Yeah, they pretty much don't care about anyone except their little Khazarian bloodline.
Yes.
The 13 bloodlines of the Illuminati. You've got the Windsors. This is the modern names. The ancient names, I don't know. Mergovian, Windsor, Borgia. Like Rothschilds is a recent upgrade of an ancient name, even Rockefeller. So these bloodlines go back forever, and they're just preserving their little, satanic bloodline. Everyone else, as far as they're concerned, can die. They don't really care. These are the happy thoughts that people go, okay, so you've gone far enough into this where everyone's going to die. So now what? Like, what's the solution? And then it always comes to this kind of crazy thing where you go, well, there's no way out, and if you're an atheist, you're just going to die.
Well, do you hear the way that this George Soros talks? He actually went on record and said, "I am a god." Right. Yeah. Yep. It's delusional.
That's the Luciferian. No, that's the Luciferian philosophy that you're a god. This is the place to be, Earth or whatever, time, space, or space-time. So you rule here. Like, that old poem about Ozymandias? Here lies the great king Ozymandias. And it's just two big truncated legs in the sand. Everything else is decayed. It's a huge statue, a memorial. And there's just two huge legs that are atrophying and decayed. There's no more torso. Here lies the great the King Ozymandias. So, see, they think they can know, through artificial intelligence and digital reconfiguration of reality and using, what else? D-Wave computers, quantum computing. They can just live
sexuality.
Forever. That. What?
Sexuality.
Yeah, all of it. Whatever in secret knowledge, hermetic knowledge, as it is above, so it shall be below. Anything they can get their hands on to crack the code of life and like storm the gates of heaven and live forever. I think there may be an agenda to literally geographically just blow the hell out of the sky, like the firmament. I think that's kind of what they're working on with CERN. They've got nukes, Operation Fishbowl, Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation Dominique, all these post-Admiral Byrd operations for the Antarctic, where they were started to bomb the I guess you could call it the Van Allen belts. They were bombing, nuking the top, trying to see how high they could go. I think they hit something and they realized, well, we can't get through. So CERN could be a kind of interdimensional intensity electromagnetic quantum device of some sort that can enable them to access above the Earth. Because I think we're dealing with a geography here. People say, well, what's above the Earth? That's space. Well, no, there's actually Van Allen belts, which is like code for a dome. And so, no one's ever gone beyond it. Even NASA says we can't get beyond it. Have you ever talked to someone about, like astrophysics zealots? You say, look, we went to the moon, but NASA says we can't get through the Van Allen belts. Have you ever really talked to somebody about that?
Yeah, I've had plenty of those discussions. It's exactly like you say, and if you look at some of these so-called spaceships or spacecraft that they're using, it doesn't look like it could even survive just flying around like a normal airplane.
Yeah, there's that part too, where it's absolutely trash science using like curtain rods and Reynolds foil. Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, wrapping paper, tape, paper clips.
Wrapping paper, chewing gum, paper clips. Oh, here, we're on the moon. Yeah, right. I have a lot of stuff on Elon Musk's fake car, Tesla, and I talk about the thermosphere and the stratosphere and the mesosphere and the temperature. I just destroy the whole thing. That was in my last book, The Scientism Delusion.
I don't suppose you're familiar with that playing card game. It was a collectible card game from the 90s. It was called Illuminati, and it had all of these cards. Yeah. You ever looked at that? It's pretty trippy.
I've been interested in that. I guess you can get a set of that. And evidently, all the things that are on there have been happening, and there's merging with AI. Ultimately, sure, maybe somebody is hip to the game. Maybe, they hide it in plain sight. It could be an Illuminati Jesuit hiding it in plain sight. Like, it's on a playing card, so it can't really happen, or it can't be real. Like, how could somebody predict? And they could be an Illuminati agent that put those out to hide it in plain sight, like to program people. But they're not really that popular, so like how effective would that be? Like, I don't own a deck. Do you have a deck of those?
No, if anything, the whole thing is just very bizarre.
Yeah, it's just bizarre. And I think the more we talk, the more we begin to see that we're still scratching at the surface as to what's, when you go for decades investigating these things, you start to think you have it figured out. You turn a corner and you're like, whoa, wait a minute. There's a whole other universe I didn't know about. And maybe it's not knowable. And I think at some point you have to tap out and go, okay, I'm down into the secret knowledge labyrinth area. I'm just trying to get so much secret knowledge to figure it out. And then they got you. So I take this with a grain of salt now. I'm developing a huge amount of books at once now. And it has a lot of very profound information, I think, and it connects a lot of dots that maybe have never been connected. But I still don't think that the books are the truth. I think you know that saying, the moon is the truth, but the finger pointing to the moon isn't the truth. You ever heard something like that?
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, it's like it is the finger pointing to the moon is just the finger pointing to the moon. If the moon's the truth, the finger is just like a road marking of some sort. My books are kind of like a finger pointing at the truth. My books aren't the truth. I have to make that clear. I don't think there's any truth that any human mind can. You may go, aha, I got it. After you read like 12 chapters of a book I wrote, but there's going to be more questions that open up. So ultimately, I'm just giving directions down a road, but I don't know, the final thing could be the surrendering of all control to understand everything to like a loving creator. It could be actually the end, where you like a child, you just I can't get it. You just tap out. Because people say, well, you need to try harder. Well, you're going to die trying, and then your brain won't even function as you're dying, and then what?
And that is kind of how they get people. That's how they get people, because there's this great mystery there, and supposedly these Freemasons or these whatever group has these answers. Well, that's the ultimate motivation to join the dark side and take this this path, is wanting to get those answers, because even if they don't really have the answers, you're going to spend so much time learning the secret handshakes and stuff like that. They're going to have total control of your life for a while.
And that's exactly what they've done. And that's why astrophysics was a very important step in the Jesuit heliocentric religion deception. They wanted to get you involved in very complex quantum physical, not in the 15th century, but eventually, quantum physical, astrophysical, cosmological models that are so sinuous and convoluted with mathematics and distances and concepts and never-ending science, science, that you're pretty much trapped forever. You can't escape, because as far as you know, it's not a religion. I mean, what's the most deceptive thing you can do is to create a religion that calls itself a science instead of a religion. You see how your defenses go down. You're like, oh, this is science? Well, I'll keep looking. You keep studying quasars and the signature on black holes, the event horizon, emergent universe theory and big bounce, quantum gravitational normalization of the equation. You keep getting involved in it deeper and deeper. And then they keep introducing new things. Oh, gravitational waves. We have big machines that detected gravitate. Oh, now we're seeing that we've landed on Mars. They just keep rolling out the next little trivia bit so you can keep interested in their religion. And see, that's pretty efficient way to capture a world. You see the masterstroke of genius? I mean, this could only be Luciferian, Daniel. No man. I'm figuring it out, okay? But that's after the fact. I mean, I'm decoding and figuring out what is happening, but I could never create this. This is intellect. I'm talking about the whole thing, like all.
Yeah.
All these
and
books,
that's probably why a lot of people look to aliens as the bad guys, because really what is going on, it does seem to be above what any human could come up with.
Absolutely. I mean, the Jesuits probably, if they let's say there's no God and there's just Jesuit intellect, and they said, hey, you know what? Let's make a religion that's based on worshiping the stars, and we'll have like Newton help us, and we'll have Copernicus help us, and we'll develop this reversed engineered universe using mathematics, and reverse engineer flat Earth, and use an azimuth projection. We'll slap it on a globe. We'll change the mathematics. We'll put the distances different. We'll push Polaris trillions of miles. They can create, but to have the whole thing engineered so that it ends up in artificial intelligence and neurosynaptic enhancements and alien engineers. I mean, you're getting to be like, you'd have to be like as Isaac Asimov times 50 a story that well crafted. And I'm thinking that it wasn't just like they sat down in a boardroom at the church and said, okay, Vatican, look. I think they started it rolling, but I think they ritualistically look to Luciferian demonic forces for thoughts and inspiration. I really do. I mean, I know they do.
I definitely agree with you on that one. There's definitely a positive force that inspires and guides people, but there's also a negative one as well, and it literally would take the adversary of God, some sort of mass deceiver, a master and god of lies, to come up with this stuff.
Yeah, it's like I marvel at some of the things that I'm discovering. The scientism delusion was pretty insightful as to the connections I made. And then this atheism book is like even a step further towards the logic of science versus scientism in its own way. And then I feel like I'm pushing forward a lot. And the more I do it, the more I realize this is really, really well thought out, what I'm seeing. This is the work of no man. I've never seen a story in Fantasyland or in science that's this well constructed.
And one thing I can point out is this is getting into the paranormal realm, but from the world of demonology, one thing that is very accepted and known is that these demonic entities, they are very good deceivers. They are very good liars.
Yeah, I think at some point a person has to tap out into the metaphysical claims of paranormal experience, because you can kind of say, oh well, that's nonsense because I never had it. Well, what if I was a virtuoso violinist who studied at Juilliard, and I played a world-class concerto at Carnegie Hall? I did it. I experienced that, okay? And then you said to me, well, I've never done that, so it could never have happened. Like, say you're a baker. You make donuts. And so you couldn't pull off a world-class violin concerto because you don't even own the violin. And you say, well, no, I don't believe it happened because, I can't do it. I've never experienced that. Well, isn't that the paranormal thing? Is that, oh, no, I've never experienced that, so it can't be true. So then they have like the Noetics Institute and the Rhine Institute, and I think it was Charles Tart wrote a book on varieties of altered consciousness. I studied this in college when I studied paranormal stuff and dreams, and they have all kinds of very double-blind, statistically tight experiments on telekinesis and paranormal activity, telepathy. And they pretty much have, thousands and thousands and thousands of cases and studies showing that this is very, very plausible and really real. But yet the world is taught that it's mumbo jumbo. And so if you talk about it, so you ask yourself the question, well, why has this been demonized? Why is the demonic realm or paranormal realm only characterized in occult movies as like a joke? It's just a movie. They try to make it like it's real, but it's always just a movie. I think it's because it's covering up the fact that it is real. And if they can keep playing it off as aliens or just fantasy, then it leads the people further into this secular, atheistic, materialistic world where there's a stripping away of anything spiritual. Because if you have demonic entities, then you have also angelic entities, right?
Yeah.
You can't have one without the other. So if you can get rid of, there's no devil, whatever, then there's no God. If you can get rid of all of it and sterilize it and turn it into an astrophysical cosmology, a secular atheistic materialism, which is what my book is attacking for this reason, then you can pretty much do anything you want with people. You can open the floodgates of any kind of dark forces, and they will never even know it's happening. What do you think the cell phone is? It's a scrying mirror. You know what a scrying mirror, a dark mirror in alchemy?
Oh, yeah.
It's a black mirror. And in fact, there's a show on Netflix called Black Mirror. Your phone's a black mirror. It's a scrying. It's a witch's spell. It's a witch's. You open it up, you push the button, and bam, you can see into 1,000 dimensions. We're all Luciferian. Me too. We're all very Luciferian witches now, all of us.
We've all
we don't
bitten
know
of the apple.
What? Yeah, we all kind of said, yeah, this shiny, I want this knowledge. And some of us just have to have it to survive, we think. But ultimately, we're going down the path of Luciferianism, and it's stronger than we can resist. I certainly don't have the strength to resist it. I can study it. I can write about it. All I can do is look for something that seems to me that was preordained as a way out. The only thing I see is like surrendering to like a gift, the Christian idea where you actually can't escape it, but you are saved by it's free. Like that's the only thing I can arrive at, that it's a free ticket out. And New Age people, they say, no, you have to earn it through secret knowledge. And again, you're going to die with spittle on your face trying to earn it. You don't get anywhere that way. You can't earn it. I know it sounds like Christian fundamentalism all of a sudden, doesn't it?
Well, you do see a crossover from other cultures and belief systems. Pretty much every culture or belief system out there has some kind of end of days and usually some type of Messiah as well.
Yeah, and people say that's wishful thinking, or Freud was an atheist and talked about the wish fulfillment. Religion's the opiate of the masses. People just are frightened of dying, so they conjure up a god. Well, like in the book I wrote, there's 1,000 other data points which show that that's not even close to the case. Like not even close.
Yeah, and I love that too. I really love that because that's the primary thing that I always hear, and I've always been bombarded by friends at school and stuff like that. Oh, religion's school. Religion is control. It's to control the masses. It's all about mind control. But I really like how you lay out that there's just as much, if not much, much more mind control and control in general in the complete opposite direction.
Oh, yeah. What is more, if you ever watch a 12-year-old teenager who's deeply involved in kind of lust and drugs, I mean, it's really, really, really crystal clear that they're not in control. Okay? They're controlled by their lust, their hormones, addictions, selfishness, fear. Those are the lower anti-biblical nature, The biblical idea is self-mastery, controlling your lust, not indulging in like lying, stealing, killing. I mean, those are the things that master you, your passions. So that whole argument that the Bible is somehow a slave doctrine is not, it's not just silly, it's absolutely comical. Have you ever watched an 80-year-old woman that's like a lifelong Christian? She's like temperate and even-keeled and wise, and she's like not strung out on addictions or like oversexed, and she can like study when she wants to, and she's fit. I mean, where's the slavery there? It's a lie. It's just a way of keeping people away from this moral system. And the New Age moral system is do as thou wilt. Aleister Crowley, sex, drugs, rock and roll. It's whatever you want to do. Experiment with anything. Occultism, sexuality, the LBGTP, alphabet soup movement. They keep adding genders every weekend. Bestiality is now in. It's like incest is, so far, pedophilia is fine. Incest is cool. Bestiality is absolutely fine. I mean, they keep adding sexual inclinations every weekend, so now anything goes. Sex with dogs, rabbits, robots, animals, children, brothers, sisters, it's all go now.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said about the sexuality, the creative sort of energy, the life force. To pervert that, it seems like it would be the utmost affront to God himself.
Well, that's their main thing is to use the lower passions and make people think that they're animals, like evolutionary theory. You're just an animal. If they can get people into that state of mind where they're animals, then they can pretty much herd them like sheep. I mean, there's no accident what's going on. There's a book called Libido Dominandi, Sexual Liberation and Political Control. And it's a book that talks about how the elite found out that they could use the idea of sexual liberation to control the masses. And when people start to like revolt and uprise, they introduce more sexuality into the culture, which brings them into control. And have you ever noticed how the how very uncreative, like teenagers or young adults or even older adults, when they're strung out on sexual lust, they don't really create or do much of anything. They're just trying to get dates or get laid. That's it.
Yeah. Exactly, yeah. It's what dominates so many people's minds. Oh, I want to get laid. It's the only thing that matters is getting laid. It's not a big deal, people.
Right. I mean, it's like, it's basically, it's Babylonian control. You know, you keep them involved in their passions. Drugs, greed, power, fame. I mean, these are the main underpinnings of Luciferianism. Power, greed, pride, fame, riches.
Yep, that's a big one nowadays.
You know, now, okay, people say, well, the Bible is like, again, it's to control people. What does the Bible teach? It's against the passions. It's against pride. It's
against idolatry.
Riches.
Yeah.
It's against idolatry. It's against everything that actually enslaves you. So the whole argument has no credence whatsoever. The thing is, the Bible and I guess other holy books, they have been compromised by infiltrators like Jesuits who have abused biblical systems and perverted scriptures and perverted teachings to turn it into something that's vile and self-serving. That's what really has been going on. It's not so much, if Christ says mercy, you know, practice mercy and love and forgiveness, and then the Jesuits say, well, forgiveness means that you kill a person, but then you do it in a nice way. You know, they reinterpret. You know, this happens all the time. They reinterpret. So now it's like, what is the Catholic Church? It's an interpretation of the Bible. It's called the Catechism. So you have to look, well, is this really biblical? Well, the Pope is positioned as like the vicar of Christ. The Pope is like the new Christ on earth. He's like God on earth. Did Christ actually teach that? No. Okay, so this is where we get into Bible wars. You know, the Bible versus Protestants versus the Catholics, Dominicans versus the Jesuits. You know, there's no end to the schisms and splintering of denominations. And the Jesuits and Freemasons and those types of elite groups, they're underneath or behind all of this conflict in creating fragmentation in religion so that it's barely distinguishable now. Nobody likes it. Nobody trusts it. Everybody hates it. And so what's the alternative? Astrophysics, science, worship the stars, you know.
You die and worms eat your brain.
Yeah.
That's always the one that you hear. They always seem to want to cast this gloomy sort of dark perspective on death and dying and things like that. It always has to be so horrific.
Yeah, it's like, and then Christians get accused of being a death cult because they talk about, you know, Christ dying and you're going to die. And, you know, everybody wants reincarnation. You live forever through reincarnation until you reach enlightenment. And it's like, okay, well, you know, give it a shot and get back to me after this life. If you can come back, give it a shot. It just, you know, no one ever does it, of course, obviously. So I don't know where this all leads, except it keeps coming back to the idea that you can't earn it. I mean, I tried with the New Age, and I've seen people try. I've never seen anyone achieve any quote-unquote enlightenment. They might get a balanced diet and have lots of energy, you know, and maybe they know a few things, but they just die. It's not like you go on and on, body after body. I've never seen any proof of this. If someone can just, you know, the atheists say, prove to me God. Well, prove to me that there's reincarnation. Just give me something that I've looked at it. I've met people that claim they were, and it was easily show that they weren't. Oh, this guy spoke languages when he was 8. Okay, well, I was really good at trumpet at 8. That's a language. I mean, yeah, you can learn things when you're young. So anyway.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't think we've seen one person that could float in the air or fly or move things with their mind. They might exist somewhere out there, but when a lot of these people making claims get challenged, they always seem to have some sort of excuse. It seems that most of us are just humans that will die somewhere around 70 to 80 years old.
Yeah, I think they toy around, a lot of the occultists like Madame Helena Blavatsky and Alice Bailey. They toy around with such powerful ideas, elite ideas for tyranny and control, and being top dog. It's such an intoxicant that I think they do feel very powerful for a long time. I think they have like certain clairvoyant powers and dark powers that they develop, and intellectual power. I really do think that they do get these things.
Sure.
But what I'm saying is that
there's definitely something to it.
But at the
Definitely something to it.
Again?
Oh, well, there's definitely something to it. I know what you're talking about. There's definitely some sort of faculties that can be developed, but still that doesn't really prove anything, really. It just proves that maybe there are psychic abilities out there, or maybe there is telekinesis, but it kind of stops there.
Yeah, it's like someone would say to myself, they say, do I have a certain amount of intellectual power to be actually figuring this out? Well, probably. But I tell you, I'm just going to die. I have days where I just my stomach's kind of upset and I'm feeling kind of tired. I'm certainly not any kind of God, not even close. So, and I don't think it's going to get better. I don't think as I get older, I'm going to be, oh yeah, my body's getting stronger and healthier and younger. No, it's going to more aches and pains.
Yeah, I'm a God. Well, God's struggling to lose 15 pounds.
Yeah, exactly. I think there may be a spiritual component to growing older where you are allotted certain bits of knowledge if you are surrendering to certain thing. I do think you can surrender to darker things and get a lot of power. And I think you can surrender to lighter things and get a certain amount of, not power in the Luciferian way, but you can exhibit or channel, or you can have access to knowledge that's spiritually healthy if you are looking for it.
Sure.
I don't think I'm especially, you know what I mean? I'm not especially talented. I just think I'm looking for something that's good. And so the floodgates in my mind are opening up to all this knowledge to reveal a path for other people that's good. It doesn't give me power. You see what I'm saying? It's not me.
Yeah, and there's also
a
very weird phenomena going on out there. When people do have these encounters with the so-called aliens, occasionally it will happen to a Christian person, and they will actually say some kind of prayer to Christ, or they might demand whatever it is be gone by the blood of Christ, and suddenly these so-called aliens, or even their ships, will completely disappear from sight. There's something going on there as well, yeah.
Yeah, there's like a book called Communion that talks about a guy that was overtaken by aliens, and of course 1,000 movies, right? And so the alien motif is so powerful right now. It's like an archetype, like a Jungian archetype, and it's hard to know if aliens are on an interdimensional plane or it's just demonic entities on an interdimensional plane. This stuff doesn't make sense unless you've taken a lot of LSD. It's like how many psychedelics do you have to take before you go, oh yeah, no, I understand what you're talking about. Layers of reality intermeshed, and demonic forces and narratives that are weaving in and out of each other that you can't comprehend. That's all like psychedelic stuff. But the question is, where does it lead? Do these things lead to a good conclusion, or are we being led through that kind of psychedelic consciousness exploration into a trap? I think my instincts tell me it's a trap. It's a very labyrinthian trap of the mind.
Well, a lot of these people that accept the aliens and allow them into their lives, it seems to me it turns into like a control thing where the aliens, they're able to come in and do whatever they want to these people whenever they want, and that these people still go around talking about how darn positive it is that these aliens are sticking things in their private parts and doing things of that nature. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe it's like kind of like layers of consciousness where you're actually You're surrendering to a type of interdimensional consciousness. And this is where you get in, this kind of dovetails into quantum physics. Are there interdimensional portals or stargates or entanglement or holographic universe theory? I mean, again, what are we getting involved in this conversation? We're going down that labyrinth of secret knowledge. It all leads to this exploration of the occult. And that's why I think that we have to, at some point, back up and go, okay, we're unraveling all these things, but we're pretty much just like Luciferian priests at this point, like all of us. Well, at least conspiracy theorists. Like we're delving into the dark Luciferian secret mystery schools, and like I bet if we went to a Freemasonic hall, they'd like start us out as 22 degrees.
Hey, you guys know what you're talking about. You're going straight to the top.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, Mr. Garrett, thanks. We read your books, we heard you talk. You're pretty much Illuminati, 33 degrees. Come on. The only thing you need to work on is the genocide part. You work. Yeah. If you think a little bit more genocide in your thinking, and we'll make you president. We need you. We need you as president because we got a world.
That gets into something very, very interesting, actually. I really think that this is how they are corrupting the human soul by doing that very thing. They don't really, maybe it isn't so much that they want to kill us or oppress us. They just want to keep leading us by our noses until eventually we fall right into their hands and we become kind of these dark sorcerers or these dark apprentices, just like Star Wars.
That's exactly what's going on there. I mean, with you and I, see, this is why I do talk about Christ a certain amount. There is no escape. It sounds kind of grim. There is no escape from Luciferianism. We are all initiates. I mean, you are going just as far and deep into the dark occult by their control as I am. Yeah. The only there is only, as far as I know, there is only one way out, which is just basically to understand that you're fallen and sinful and that you need God. Like there's no other door at this point. If you have a cell phone, you're a Luciferian high master priest. 8-year-olds are practicing witchcraft, and it's also just called science, right? Just science. Nobody's questioning anything at this point. It's going to go right into digital, neuro uplink, brain enhancements, augmented reality. We're already there. We got Oculus Rift, we got 3D virtual porn. I mean, before long, everyone's going to be Ready Player One plugged in. Cell phones will be holographic. You'll be looking at images of infrared as you walk down the street. You'll see inside people's bodies. You'll have access to all the internet. I mean, they're going to make it really tasty, so that you'll have augmented limbs. I mean, I even see it as a steady progression of limb enhancements, where they offer them nice dirt cheap. You can have a new right arm. You can have a new heart. They just keep rolling these things out at a low cost, and you can get, like, instead of food stamps, you get a special stamp that you can get like an extra leg. And eventually, through robotic cybernetics, more and more people will be more robot than flesh. You see how this works step by step?
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening. Definitely.
Yeah, and everybody will be more cybernetic, and eventually you'll be an online robot slave for the Luciferian elite. That's the end goal. They want to make you they already got you as a robot at Jack in the Box doing their slave labor. They want you full control, with cybernetic control. They can program your brain. They can erase your memories. You're a robot with a little bit of flesh. Maybe you just have a lung left. Everything else is digital. And that's the end goal, is slavery. And they have to get rid of billions to achieve this. Too many people. They just want like 500,000 or 500 million robot slaves.
Hey, Greg, I hate to cut you off, but unfortunately my bladder is telling me to bring a close to things. We went about 3.5 hours. I think that's pretty good. But if you wouldn't mind, could you go ahead and plug anything that you would like? Of course, the upcoming book, websites, anything else, Twitter, anything else that you would like to plug?
Yeah. Okay. Well, Twitter. I took a break from there while I was writing my last book, but I do have a book I published. No Apology Necessary. Atheism Refuted, and it's on Amazon Kindle and many bookstores and Amazon, Lulu.com. And always, if you can't purchase it, just email me, GregoryGarrett@hotmail.com, and I'll send you a free PDF. But yeah, the next thing I'm working on is some flat Earth stuff. Not necessarily just like enclosed cosmology, but all kinds of theoretical ideas, hollow Earth, infinite plane Earth, and heliocentrism. I also talk about that, but I can't see any scientific support except for CGI from NASA at this point and fake curvature images. But so that's that. And excuse me. And other than that, I have one deception to rule them all, which is more on the transhumanistic apotheosis stuff that I was dealing with in the scientism delusion. And that's kind of like try to go as deep as possible into those deceptions, like the simulation theory and transhumanism and all these things and what is it leading us to, and should we be contemplating this too much, or should we backtrack into a more theological position at this point? And how do these things look the same? Scientific principles versus theological models, how they are actually the same thing, repackaged. And then, of course, the Babylonian Revisited book, which talks about the Luciferian New Age stuff, just straight talk about the alien deception coming and the New Age that's getting hot and heavy, and they're pushing that. So that's the books. Other than that, the last book I wrote, which was kind of the core of this, supposed to be the core of this show, is in a nutshell, I'm basically positing a theory of plausibility for the existence of a causal intelligence to space-time, as opposed to a definite proof, because I don't think you can prove something that's intangible and as big as that. And in science, it's called non-falsifiable. You can't prove it nor disprove it. So I'm talking about plausibility. It's plausible to entertain the idea that there's a causal intelligence. Look at intelligent design, DNA, and on and on. And a lot of other ideas that show how it's plausible are in my book. That's why I wrote it, because it's plus 500 pages of a summation of data points that point to a plausibility. Okay, so that's where I'm coming from that book. So people will say, oh, well, you can't prove God exists. Well, no, it's not proving per se. It's plausibility, which is used in physics a lot to show the plausibility of one theory over another. So that's it in a nutshell. I think we've covered quite a few things tonight, Daniel.
Yeah, absolutely. Had a wonderful time. I would probably want to go another hour if I didn't have to urinate so bad. But Greg, I thank you so much for coming on this program. It's been a revelatory experience, not only for me, but many of my listeners out there that continue to tell me what an impact you've had on their lives. And I will definitely be in touch, and definitely will, of course, want to have you again to talk about the upcoming books, which I'm very interested in. But until then, I will talk to you later, my friend.
Fantastic. Always enjoy talking to you, Daniel. Good night.
Good night. All right, everybody. That was Greg himself, once again, coming at us with some very insightful information. His latest book, No Apology, Atheism Refuted. Make sure you pick that up. And I would talk about it some more. Just remember that if you aren't able to pick up No Apology, Necessary Atheism Refuted, that you might want to try emailing Greg and seeing if you can't score a free copy, because he is a very nice man and he wants to get that information out there. But I really have to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to stop talking and I'm going to play some music and go take care of myself. And welcome back to End of Days Radio. I am Daniel, your host, coming at you all the way from those crumbling, those dusty, those decaying, broken ruins of Babylon. Love you guys. Sorry about being gone so long. I know. Where the hell were you? Daniel, you're gone for a couple months, you come back for one show, and then you disappear again. What the hell is going on? Well, something major, actually. Something very fucking weird, and something a little bit disturbing. I was actually going to do an entire show on this, but I decided that I did not want to give these people, whoever they may be, I did not want to give them the attention that they craved doing what they were doing, if that's what they were after. But why don't I go ahead and just tell you guys what happened? Because I know that you want to know. I know that you want to know where I've been. I know that you probably want to know what I've been freaking out about on Twitter, and to some of you people personally. Not that I was freaking out. Well, something very interesting happened after my show with William Ramsey. That was my very last show. It was called William Ramsey, Mystery of the Smiley Face Killers. You see, after I released the show, specifically when I released it on YouTube, I noticed some very strange activity with the video itself. The views skyrocketed out of nowhere. And also, you know how there's likes and dislikes on YouTube? All of a sudden, I went from like having 20 likes and 1 dislike, or it was less than that, it was like 15 likes and 1 dislike, to having like 30, 40 dislikes on there with the same number of likes. So I'm looking at that, I'm like, what's going on here? This is weird. Who's doing this? How could somebody... Why would all of a sudden a bunch of people dislike my videos? My videos hardly ever get dislikes, unless I have certain guests on. But even then, I always have more likes than dislikes, or at least an even number. But it was so weird because it was like just tons of dislikes. Like, how would that happen? Did the show get posted on some sort of forum where they hate this sort of show, or what happened there? Why did it have so many dislikes? And then all of a sudden, the views that skyrocketed to like 1,000, all of a sudden they go back to normal. And all of a sudden there's these comments on the video. They seem to be made from these fake sort of accounts. Like if you go to the profile associated with the account, if you click on the name, there's not really much posted there. There's no activity. It looks like the account was just made. And there's a bunch of them, like, I don't know, 5 to 7. And they're all saying like really negative things about the guest. They're saying, oh, this guest was terrible. Oh, look what sort of claim he's making. How stupid that is. I'm like, what the hell? Not only did I get all of these dislikes, but there's also these strange comments from these strange fake accounts. Like, what's going on there? Who's doing this? Is it somebody that dislikes me? Is it, you know, I was going through all the names. Is it this person? Is it that person? And even if it was this or that person, how exactly would they do that? How would they make all these accounts and do these dislikes and these comments? And why would they do that? So I get to thinking, and I start thinking, wow, this looks very similar to certain things other people have showed me, certain like gang stalking type of things. So I'm curious, and I sent a message to my last guest, William Ramsey, and I say, hey, there's something weird going on here. I believe that there might be some people trying to interfere with your investigation. The investigation, what the show was about was these smiley face killers, these killings of these gay men that were going to these BDSM clubs and getting on these apps and meeting up with these murderers that were killing them. You know, it's a long story. They're leaving smiley faces on the bodies. And during the show, we had talked about the possibility of these murders being connected to Illuminati or being connected to Satanism. So I messaged him, I got to do something. I got to figure out what's going on here. It's not a big deal per se. Nobody's pointing a gun at my head, but it's weird. Like, how are they able to screw with YouTube? How are they hacking YouTube and making that happen? How exactly is that even possible? Are they hackers? Is it some kind of AI? How are they changing these numbers around? How did it go from 1,000 views back to normal? How did I have 50 or 30 to 40 dislikes and all of a sudden it's back to normal? doesn't make any sense. So I contact William Ramsey, and I'm like, hey, something weird is going on here. I believe somebody might be interfering with your investigation. And he went on to explain to me that they're following him to every show that he goes on. And he believes that it's some sort of paid thing where these trolls are getting paid to go around and harass him. Or not go around, follow him specifically every show that he goes on so that they can intimidate him. Very weird, right? I mean, what exactly did I get myself involved in here? Oh, excuse me. But, you know, when something like that happens and you really see it, you see that sort of evidence or proof of this, these people, they have to be getting paid. There has to be some kind of money behind it. There has to be some kind of organization. It's gang stalking, and it very well could be the killers themselves, or some people that work for the same organization, or people who are getting paid off by the same people. I mean, that's a little scary, right? And I start thinking of, oh, my friends, my family, myself. I don't want to put anybody in danger. So I had to do some thinking, and I really had to think about all these different times the show got shut down or censored in some way, demonetized, or, you know, getting shadow banned on Twitter and things like that. I really had to think, because I've just been noticing more and more shit happening, like more and more little things getting in the way of me doing the show, more sort of pressure coming from Big Brother, not to say this, not to say that. There's a lot of deplatforming, like I said, like we brought up earlier with Google manipulating the results and all that. It's just getting harder and harder to do this type of thing. And to actually see that sort of organized gang stalking right in front of my face and actually have it happen to me, even though it was probably more directed at my guest, to see that, it's just, once again, I use that word revelatory. It really makes me realize that it can come home. It really can. This sort of stuff can come home. You know, I've heard certain things about Clyde Lewis getting his car bombed and threats and stuff like that. And, you know, there's all kinds of things I could probably tell you guys that I shouldn't. There's things that you would not believe, things that I suspect may or may not have happened in the past to people that I know. And on that, like I said, I can't talk too much, but it's enough to make me hesitate. But I guess I really had to kind of think about it a lot and meditate on it and really decide what I want to do. And I guess I kind of came to the conclusion that this is me. This is me. If I'm not able to do this, I can't be me. It's just a part of who I am at this point. If I'm not able to do this, then I'm not doing what I feel like I was put here to do. If I can't be myself, then why even be at all? That was what I concluded. I concluded that, yeah, I could live without this, sure. But that would not be living, because again, this is my thing. This is what I do. And if I'm not able to do this, then I'm not free. I'm not me. I'm giving in. I'm submitting. I'm backing down. I'm letting them win. And that would be the ultimate failure, in my opinion. I would rather go down in a blaze of glory than quit. And if it came down to people that I care about being threatened and stuff like that, I'm not sure what I would do. I can only sacrifice my own life. I'm not sure I could do it to others. I don't think any of you guys would want me to. But let's just hope it doesn't come to that. This was an inkling. It was a hint. It was a little bit of a warning, I'm sure. And I've received what I believe to be other warnings in the past. Some here in the third dimension and others that seem to almost be demonic or alien or however you want to label it. There's been all kinds of stuff like that. But I'm just going to keep trekking on. I'm going to keep powering through and moving forward. I can't guarantee that I'm going to stick to a strict schedule. I can't guarantee that I'm going to be able to do 2 shows a week or even 1 show a week. One thing that I've also realized is that every show is very important to me. And I never want to rush this. I never want to go on air without a good plan. I never want to put a show out that doesn't live up to my standard of quality, what I think is good, what I am entertained by, and what I would go back and listen to myself. I don't want to release anything that's not up to par, anything that I don't think you guys will really like or be entertained by. I also like doing the longer shows. So I can guarantee you I'm not going anywhere. I can't guarantee that I'll always be able to bring you a show each week or anything like that. I'll do my best. I try to do 4 shows a month. I try to make them as good as I can. But I might be expanding a bit. I might be integrating some video in there. I've kind of flirted around with that idea. A lot of you really like that. I might look into doing some blogging, things like that. Kind of spreading myself out a little bit more. Hey, I love doing these interviews, but I do feel like I could maybe do some in-the-field investigations and things of that nature. I think you guys would dig that. Oh, man. It's just weird, though, you know? We have people that come on here and talk about being gang stalked. There's plenty of them. People that even say things like they've had things implanted under their skin and, you know, been attacked. William Cooper, who a lot of us talk about, he was obviously taken out by them, right? Because he knew too much or he was saying too much. There's all kinds of cases like that. Phil Schneider, Max Spears, Carla Turner. There's so many. All these people connected to the JFK assassination. All these people connected to things that the Clintons have been doing. Don't they have a hashtag on Twitter, Clinton body count? Something like that. But, you know, there's nobody that can't be gotten to. There's nobody that can't be gotten to. And if you think that you're safe just because you live in America and everybody's good here and you're completely out of the way of danger, that's nothing but an illusion. You're not safe. You have an illusion of security. All kinds of bad things could happen to you. But you can't worry. You can't sit there and worry and not live your life because you're afraid that something's going to happen to you. You cannot give in to terroristic threats. There's some good things that came out of that whole fake terrorism thing, like that type of quote, right? And by the way, in case you haven't heard the news, 9/11 was fake. It was a psyop. They were doing it to frame the Muslims, to create more instability, and to come out with the Patriot Act and spy on all of us, and to justify all sorts of invasions. There may have been other reasons too. It might have been to terrify us and to traumatize us. There's certain numerological things associated with 9/11. 9, the number of judgment. 11, the number of illumination. If you want to speak the language of the Illuminati, look at the numbers. Especially the number 11. If you're reading an obituary and you see the number 11 in there, there's a good chance that person might not really be dead. And that's just one of them. That's just one of those little hints. And there's more. But if you want to speak the language of the Illuminati, if you want to be able to predict what sort of actions they're going to make, you have to understand numerology and you have to understand symbolism because these people completely operate by it. And one thing that I brought up earlier is that the Illuminati are completely racist. They are racist as hell. How many colored or darker people do you see at Bohemian Grove? Do you see one dark-skinned person there? It looks like a bunch of white people. Not that there's anything wrong with being white, of course. But it makes you wonder when you look at some of the things that have happened. When you look at some of the things that have happened in the past. One thing that these people also like to do is they like to divide and conquer. And pitting the races against each other is one of the main things. Pitting the blacks versus the whites, or the Jews versus the Muslims. Things of that nature. It's a perfect way to manipulate people. Plus, a lot of them are eugenicists. They believe that some peoples and excuse me, and races are superior. And there's plenty of evidence for it too. Like one of these Illuminati guys, Albert Pike, who actually had a hand in creating the Ku Klux Klan. Well, there's a statue of him in Washington, D.C. It's not far from the White House. Why would they have a statue for somebody like that? Or you could look at the Tuskegee experiments, the syphilis experiments, where they told all these people they were going to treat them. Hold on a second, I need a sip of water. You could look at how Martin Luther King was blackmailed and assassinated. You can look at how the Japanese were put in internment camps. You can look at the Native Americans, how they would shoot buffalo from the trains and not even collect the meat or the pelts. They just kill them, and they took away the Native American source of food. Then they took away their land and they pushed them all onto reservations. And then that still wasn't enough. Then they started passing around blankets that had disease and polio on them. They had polio on them. And that would kill them off, finish the job that they started. Oh, and then there's the whole slavery thing. That too. It's true, we have a history of racism in this country. And I believe a big part of that is because of these WASP people, these white, Anglo-Saxon, blah, blah, blah people, like the Skull and Bones, the Bush family, these people you see at Bohemian Grove, they're WASPs. Hold on, let me get you an exact definition of what a WASP is. Let's see here. A white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. There's a lot of... What the hell is that? Hello.
Hello.
Hi there.
Did I catch you during the news roundup?
Yes, I was just
Daniel?
getting into some of the racism that has gone on in this country. I was pointing out that the Illuminati are very racist.
Yeah, they are. They are, yes. And your point?
That is my point.
Oh, well, yeah, they're very horrible.
Yeah, well, my point is that this country, the great United States of America, has a history that is just full of racism. It's a racist history.
No, let me tell you what it is. A little elite group that's racist, that sits at the top of everybody. Your average person is not racist. It's a little clique that wants to control us all and keeps us all divided at the end of the day.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. But there's certainly...
So go on.
Well, okay.
Racist culture.
Well, hold on a second. That's not entirely true, because there has to be some way for these elites to manipulate people. There has to be some sort of bias or xenophobia for them to take advantage of, such as the Trump administration taking advantage of the xenophobia against Hispanics and illegal immigrants and using that to fuel an entire campaign.
Yeah, that sounds like some left-wing liberal claptrap to me, like strung together. That's recent history. This shit goes way back, Daniel. You can't string it together with some...
No, wait a second, Todd. Wait a second. Hold on. Donald Trump started his campaign by questioning the birth certificate of Obama. He was playing to the xenophobic and racially biased feelings inside of his contingent.
Is that what you've heard? Let me tell you the truth. Hillary Clinton found that document on Barack Obama. She was the one that released it first. everybody thinks it's Trump. It was Hillary that released the document on Barack Obama. The evidence that the birth certificate was fake. There's a ton of evidence. People have combed through the entire microfilm computerized birth certificate, layers upon layers of deception. Go on, Daniel.
Okay, well, I can definitely counter that. The thing is that while Hillary may have brought the birth certificate up, Trump used it. He used it in order to get himself elected. That's how it was called the birther movement. He was able to platform himself based on racist, xenophobic feelings.
He's seen the goddamn forged birth certificate. Sheriff Joe Arpaio paid a lot of money from Arizona to authenticate the fact that Barack Obama's birth certificate that they show you online was fabricated.
But regardless, Todd, regardless if it was fake, real, fabricated or not, Donald Trump is a smart man. He was using the xenophobic feelings inside the right in order to get people to follow him as a leader.
Maybe.
How could you say maybe when he did the same thing with illegal immigrants? He once again used the xenophobic feelings within his contingent to get within the Republican contingent within the right. He used the xenophobic feelings in order to get them on his side so that he could get elected president.
His base, the base, you're saying.
Not the base. I mean the entire right. That's how he got the right on his side, by playing to xenophobia.
All the Republicans that hated him from the beginning.
Yes.
Didn't want him there. Now they're all with him. But xenophobia. Let's talk about this word, xenophobia. Oh, you don't like people from other race. He's prejudiced. Is he prejudiced? Have you seen these guys standing on top of the wall going, let me in? 50,000 in a line saying, let me in. That's not how immigrants come in here earlier, 10, 15, 20 years ago. If you can make it over the wall, you're a citizen now.
Well, there's one more thing.
Hey, go ahead.
Sorry, I'm trying to kind of find it, but...
While you find it, they take the guy that makes it over the wall into a detention center, and then they give him a piece of paper that says, you got caught, and then let him go and come back to court later, but check over here if you need some food stamps or assistance.
Yeah, and I'm not for any sort of letting...
Daniel, the only reason these people are coming here is because we have a policy of assistance. If you can get here, we'll assist you. No one else is getting assistance here. They didn't give immigrants assistance in the past. When you came here as an immigrant long ago, they didn't just let you in. They checked you for disease. They said, do you have a way to employ yourself? There's no welfare here in the United States. Can you do it? Today it's just, yeah. Sanctuary cities.
Well, after the events in Charlottesville, Trump actually called the people on the far right good people. He said there's some good people on the far right.
Dude, Charlottesville. Was that the one where the girl got run over and killed?
I believe so.
Okay, now, have you seen the video?
I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about Trump saying that there's good people on the far right. He's saying that there's good people. He's talking about
he said during that event, he said that there was good people on both sides. All he was saying was the people on one side have an argument, and the people on the other side have an argument. Those people didn't want to have that statue of that racist guy torn down. That's the only reason they showed up there, because they didn't want that statue of the...
No, wait, hold on.
Remember?
That was a retcon. That was
one of the main reasons.
I had the exact quote that he said, but I lost it. I'm kind of getting frustrated because I can't find it now. But
dude, you were so close. You said pretty much what he said. You said what he said. That was close enough.
Yeah, he said that there's good people on the far right. Like, why would you call people in the KKK
he
good
said
people?
There were good people on both sides, not the far right. But the far right was there, right?
I don't know. I think specifically he said something about the nationalists.
No.
Well, you know what? I can't find the quote. You know what the problem is? They buried the quote. The frickin' Ministry of Truth buried the quote. I cannot find it. I'm searching all over the internet. I cannot find it.
Dude, it's all a hoax. It's all a psyop.
No, you know what's a psyop, Todd? You know what's a psyop is all this Trump make America great again bullshit. That's the psyop. That's a bunch of horseshit. Trump is nothing but an elite himself. He's not a freedom fighter. He's not a rebel. He's a coward who's never served in the United States military. He's been a silver spoon-fed, spoiled brat his whole life, and he doesn't give a damn about anything. He's a racist, and he's a puppet of the Zionists.
So, if that's true what you're saying, then that means that we've all been fed this guy, like the last guy, and it's just all phony.
Yeah?
If that's the case, Daniel, then that means we're way down the road of a reality show.
That's what I'm saying.
I hate to think that. Because I like to think there's that one guy he's riding in. He's on the white horse. He's the guy. He's saying everything. I'm going to save you.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're doing the same thing they did with Obama. They said, Obama's going to bring change. He's going to bring change. But the only change we got was drones dropping bombs on people in the Middle East.
They didn't fight Obama like they fought Trump.
Who's fighting? What do you mean fighting?
Continuing the drone program.
So you really think that the elite are against Trump? You think Trump is fighting against the elite and the Illuminati?
Yeah, somehow I bought that fantasy that he's the guy. He knew. Alex Jones says all the time about how he listened to the John Birch Society long ago.
The John Birch Society is another Illuminati front.
It is?
Yeah, all those institutions are Illuminati.
Dude, that's a small, right-wing, underground-funded organization. Yeah, how can you call that?
Did you hear what you said? Funded. Funded. There's your keyword, Todd. Funded. Who's funding these things? Rich people.
Well, I don't
elite.
know who they're funded by. I think it was funded by their listeners, their supporters, their believers.
Look.
Yeah, you don't
think
know
about
who
it.
they're funding them.
Okay.
Who's funding them?
Try this logic. Okay, so we can't let illegal immigrants in because they're going to put a big strain on our economy. They're going to kill us, and they're going to take all our money, and they're going to soak up all our benefits. Yet somehow, at the very same time, Trump he wants to give more and more billions to Israel so that they can enact a genocide on the people inside of Gaza. He wants to give them more money for nothing. We don't owe them any money. We don't have to pay Israel any money. He wants to give them more. This guy that said he's going to be so tough on other countries and so tough on other world leaders, he wants to give more and more of our paychecks away to Israel. Meanwhile, creating this... Yeah, this whole big distraction with the Hispanics who do nothing but work manual labor jobs and do landscaping and stuff like that.
And then somehow it's important to move the embassy over that's been there 30 years, but somehow it's important to move it over in an area that'll get everybody mad over in Israel.
There you go. There you go. Now you're on the right track. Now you're on the right track.
It's pretty. I'm sorry, but it is pretty sick.
It is sick, and the reason why it's sick is because Trump he's from New York, and his father was deeply embedded in those New York politics, and they're deeply embedded with Zionist institutions and little secret clubs for Zionists, and that is why that he's a puppet to the Zionists, and they're the ones that control him completely, and he does whatever they say, and he knows it.
Go on about the Zionists, but don't get trapped in their trap.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting you on that one. You're completely right about that one.
Because they want you to get trapped in their trap. It's not all Zionists. That's ridiculous. They want a one-world government run by the Zionists. Don't get trapped in that trick. That sounds like the ultimate intelligence agency from the West plan to trap your mind and then get you to trip up and fall in their trap. That's what they do. But move on to something higher.
No, I agree. I think
Greg, your guest, Greg.
I think
get on, Greg.
What?
Get on to something higher. You're smart. You got enthusiasm. Stretch your brain. Realize what it really is. Look closer.
Well, I think you make a good point, Todd, but the thing is that I do understand that. I do understand that this Zionist thing is a trap. That's why earlier I said, everybody, you need to listen to me. This is not an attack on Jewish people. That is a trick.
No.
These people are hiding behind Judaism. They are not Jewish. They don't believe in anything that Jews believe in. If you are a real Jew, you believe in the 10 Commandments. You believe in thou shalt not kill. You don't give a fuck about Zionism or Israel. Your concern, if you're a real Jew, is Messiah. And that is it. Messiah.
Dude, you can't claim what a real Jew believes or thinks or does or whatever.
Yeah, I can.
I mean, literally,
I'm Jewish.
Literally, Greg.
I'm Jewish.
Greg, you're
Todd?
Jewish?
Yes, I'm Jewish.
Jewish, Japanese.
What is the definition of a Jewish person? It's God's chosen people. I believe in God, so I am a Jew because I follow the Judaic God.
Are you black also?
No, do I look black?
No, I mean, I've never seen a picture of you.
Well, here, I'm about to tell you something, Todd, and you're not going to believe it, but I assure you it's 100% the truth.
All right.
The Jews were black.
No way.
Yes way. That is the truth.
No.
Yes.
The Jews?
Yeah.
Does that mean Jesus too?
What continent is Israel in?
Was Jesus black?
Hold on. No, hold on. Answer the question. What continent is Israel in?
It's in what continent?
Come on. What continent is Israel in? I'll give you a hint. What Go ahead.
It's in Africa?
Yeah.
No, not is it Africa?
Yeah, Israel's in Africa, buddy.
I knew that. I'm even guessing.
But no, Todd, you're not dumb. There's a mind control block. People don't know that Israel's in Africa. They've placed a mind control block.
About that hot sun that's burning down on Yellow Bay. That's what makes you black.
That's why people don't know Israel's in Africa, because they purposely leave that out of the discussion, because they don't want you to know the truth, that the real Jews were black.
Daniel, why do you bring these conversations up? They're only going to stir up trouble.
With who? Anybody that tries to stir up trouble, I'll say that they're racist.
Prejudice against skin color. People that think that your color of your skin is who you are.
Well, no, I'm just saying anybody can, like, I've converted to Judaism because I believe in the Judaic God. I'm saying the original Hebrew people were black.
There's no way you've converted to Judaism.
Well, I have. I mean, I'm one of God's chosen people. I'm a believer in God, and I believe in the Messiah. I believe in the Judaic God.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. Why do you doubt me?
No, you don't.
That's not you speaking, Todd. That's the doubt in your heart.
You've converted. You got a menorah in your house now.
You don't need that shit. You don't need that shit. You don't need the menorah.
What are you telling me? You met a rabbi recently?
You don't need that stuff. That's dogma. It's what you believe that makes you a Jew.
That is so crazy.
Well, I'll see you next Hanukkah.
I watched this video about how Steven Spielberg was instrumental in creating an image of the Holocaust.
Yeah, Todd, I sent you that video, remember?
No, you had nothing to do with this.
Oh, I see.
But there was I never even talked to you around that week. But there was this lady that claimed she crammed diamonds up her rear end.
I did send you that video, Todd. I sent you that video.
It was horrible.
Yeah, I agree.
I almost cried until I realized the lady had to be out of her mind.
Yeah, it was very sad. But Todd,
it's just not happening.
Yeah, we need to make sure we do a little disclaimer. We are in no way questioning the events of the Holocaust. We just want the ability to look at material that questions the events of the Holocaust for research and fairness purposes.
I believe everything that anyone ever said possibly happened. Just to put that out there.
Maybe we should move on to from this topic, Todd. No, I'm getting kind of scared.
Get off that, man. They're going to just come drilling down on you.
Yeah.
Isn't there something cool? Isn't there something cool? God, besides horrible.
Well, what about... Did you hear what I was telling you about these gang stalker guys coming after me?
Oh, yeah, the gang stalkers. Let's talk about these suckers. Tell me all about them.
Did you hear the whole story that I told earlier?
I've listened to your whole show tonight.
That they're after my last guest, William Ramsey. They're trying to intimidate him. They don't want him.
The smiley face killer.
Yeah, there's some.
Oh my God, Daniel! Don't go down, dude. I'm just trying to tell you.
I'm not going down anywhere.
No, I'm just trying to tell you, David Pleiades, these missing people, these satanic cults, the smiley face. Don't go try to look in too close into that. Just do your radio show.
Just do my radio show about everything else.
At least leave those guys alone. It's too weird, man. It's like that movie, The Strangers. Did you ever see that?
No.
It has Steven Tyler's daughter in it. You know, Steven Tyler from Aerosmith.
Is this going to freak me out?
No, his daughter's named Liz Tyler. You know, the girl with the big lips in Hollywood.
I'm pulling it up on Google right now. 2008. After returning from a wedding reception, a couple staying in an isolated vacation house receive a knock on the door. Blah blah blah, etc., etc.
And then a bunch of weird people start to kill them. For the last part of the movie, dressed in masks. That's the movie.
But Todd, I'm freaking out here, buddy. Look what's going on. I mean, look, they're clamping down on us at every possible angle. They're clamping down on us in the search results. They're clamping down on us on social media. They're saying whatever we say is hate speech. They're coming after us. We are entering into the 1984 dystopian future.
I love that part. I'm glad I jumped in before they clamped down on us all, Daniel. I I got a few comments before they shut everything down. That's so cool.
Yeah, I fired off some shit before they took away any semblance of free speech.
And then everybody's left to just like a silence. Listen to the sound of silence.
No,
remember that song,
all you're going to see on the internet is like cooking videos, how to do this videos, and weird kid shows, and that's going to be it.
I like abandoned buildings. You know, like people go through abandoned haunted houses and shit.
Yeah, that stuff's fun.
And then they'll have ghosts, and you know, like ghosts, paranormal stuff. Yeah, they'll shut down all that. I like, Daniel, how he called it from a long time ago because of Bill Cooper.
Yeah, Bill Cooper, he was certainly probably the person that was closest to any sort of objective truth regarding all of this stuff.
Well, he said they were going to bring out a bunch of radio talk show guys and a bunch of shows and TV personalities and pull this all off at the end.
Oh, yeah. I see them popping up all the time.
Mm-hmm. Aliens and conspiracy, and he's like, this is all controlled demolition.
Todd, there's a thing online. It's called the Q movement.
The Qs, yeah.
Oh, you know about that?
The people that follow Q?
Yeah, you know about that whole thing?
Well, Roseanne was one of their biggest supporters.
Well, that whole thing's a psyop. That's all fake. That's controlled opposition.
Of course.
Yeah, that's a perfect example right there. And a lot of these people pushing that Q thing are psyop/disinfo, and that whole thing is fake. They are not launching secret military strikes against pedophile bases. If they did that, the whole thing would be over in a month. It's a bunch of bullshit. There's no evidence of it.
I have a friend that believes it's going to happen. I'm like, dude, it's not going to happen. They're feeding you with fantasies. I have a friend that follows all that bullshit that thinks that Jeffrey Epstein Island, they're going to get all those pedophiles.
I hate that bullshit. I hate Q. I hate Alex Jones. I hate Trump. I hate all that fake shit. They're liars.
Look how, I just listened to the Joneses show from yesterday. They're pumping this thing up. The pressure's so tight. Roger Stone's coming on talking about Mueller and the Russian investigation. Were the Russians involved in the election of Trump?
Who cares?
The whole Trump-Russian collusion investigation is very fascinating. Yes. Yeah, he's fighting for us, Daniel, right? But all of his cabinet is old neocon deep state. I can't let you go before I talk about the death of George Bush Sr.
Yeah, he was involved in the JFK assassination.
Involved in the JFK? He's meeting Satan right now, doing a ritual that's for real.
But just like you say, Todd, Trump is all of his cabinet people. Did you know he made a former Monsanto executive? He nominated that person for the board of the Environmental Protection Agency, Monsanto, that corrupt evil company that goes around and destroys the entire planet. He made a person like that. He put them on the Environmental Protection Agency board. That's insane.
Makes me sick. I got one more. Guess who our another big cabinet member of his is? This is going to blow your mind, Daniel.
No, let me have it. I love it.
It's the guy that sat over the Jeffrey Epstein trial in Florida.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he's got a big
You're
cabinet
shitting me.
Guy.
All that stuff's true, that dude. Epstein stuff?
Oh, dude. Go look up a picture of this guy. He picked this guy that sat over... He was the prosecutor over Jeffrey Epstein. You know, when he got I think they gave him 12 or 9 months. No jail time, Daniel. Jeffrey Epstein.
What the fuck?
They asked this guy, the prosecutor, why didn't you give him any jail time? Every child predator, because, you know, kind of he was getting young teenagers to go into the thing to go to the island.
Hey, Todd, I want to say something real quick while I still got you here. I want everybody to know out there, this is another disclaimer. This is not some like liberal, left-wing, democratic, socialist shit. I hate that stuff just as much. Hillary is Killery. I hate all of those fucking Democrat people just as much. I am not a Democrat or a Republican. I am not into any of that mind control, alternate choice clause, two choices leading to the same thing, controlled by the same thing. All that stuff is a scam. Our political system is a scam. I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. They both suck. They can go to hell. Everybody vote for Adam Kikesh. Go ahead, Todd.
Even this story is propaganda that we're propagating.
Well, we're not propagating it. We're just talking about it. We can poke it full of holes if we want.
Propagating. I'm just saying they said that that story. Where was I?
Sorry, I know I threw you off. I'm just on meth tonight. Not really, but I'm kidding. I'm acting like I am.
Is it crystal or ice?
You know, I don't even know enough about meth to answer that question. I'm ice, I guess.
Me neither.
The blue stuff.
Me neither, and I'm just teasing.
Okay.
Don't you remember Breaking Bad where he had the blue man?
Yeah, I was just about to say I've got the blue eyes.
It's blue. I don't know nothing about colors of meth either, Daniel. Anything about it? I drink beer. Yeah, give me some more.
I like the pot. That's about it.
That's always good. Utah legalized pot Proposition 2 passed.
It's legal there now?
Can you look medical only, Daniel?
Oh, that's
medical
not good
only.
enough.
Don't get crazy. Don't think you can come around here using it. It's only for children that really need the CBD.
It's so cheap here, Todd. It's so cheap. Like, you could literally walk down the street and get an ounce for like $65.
So funny. Because in Utah, where the pioneers came, I never thought they would ever allow anything like that around here. Yeah, no, they run the liquor stores around here with a tight iron fist, have for years.
But Todd, all those Mormons, those people are all like, that's a secret society.
It is. Mm-hmm. And they know the handshakes.
But hey,
our guys can get in with those guys.
I realized something. I had a revelation the other day about Mormonism. You're gonna like this.
Oh, I love it.
So I figured out
about Mormonism.
I figured out that there is, you know how they say, or I say, or some people say that there's a little bit of truth in all religions?
Yeah.
Well, I figured out that the Mormons are right about something.
The planets, where you get your own planet?
Kind of, yeah. It's like,
yeah.
Well, we're all God's children, right?
Uh-huh.
So eventually all of us are going to grow up and we're all going to be like God.
All right.
And that's basically what the Mormons believe. Like, you actually become
are your own God over your own planet.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'm not saying like the Luciferian thing where you say you're a God right now. I mean, like, somehow, someday we're going to become God.
You have to die first.
Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But they're actually right about that. You actually become God when you die, or eventually, something like that.
If you live the right, life, if you follow their doctrines. They have 3 kingdoms in Mormonism. You could end up to the top one, or the middle one, or the bottom one. And you know what the bottom one is?
What?
this world that we live in. This is the bottom. So you can go up to the middle, or if you're really good, you can go to the top.
I'm starting to think that Mormonism is the truth.
No. Well, they have a lot of evidence. It started 200 years ago. That's a good time to start a religion. In New York with Joseph Smith.
Hey, have you ever seen that, Todd? Have you ever seen that episode of South Park about Mormonism?
I've seen that.
Dum 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 dum.
Those guys don't even know.
Oh, it's worse.
Well, you know, Joseph Smith, he was practicing things that they did at the turn of the century. That was the
Hey, Todd, can you help me with something?
Yeah.
Could you help me do a little... There's something I want to bring awareness to. There's an
After
issue...
you broke my mind, yeah, let me help you.
Well, this is different. This is something that I want to do to give back. I really think that we need to raise awareness about special needs kids.
Autistic kids or vaccinated kids or which kids?
All of them. Any child that has special needs.
All right.
I think that we need to do something to bring attention to this issue because here we are.
A charity event.
No, not even a charity. I mean, fuck all that shit. Charities are scams, and I don't even want anything to do with that. This is raising awareness.
If you were in charge of the money, it would get to the kids.
Nope, I don't want any money, nothing like that. All I want to do is raise awareness.
Go on.
So I want to raise awareness about special needs kids. So many special needs kids, they get ignored. People feel uncomfortable around them. They feel guilty. And I just wanted to say that special needs kids, they don't want you to feel guilty about them. They don't want you to feel nervous or uncomfortable around them. They just want to be treated like anybody else.
Uh-huh.
And the best thing that you can do is take a second of your time instead of focusing on yourself and actually give back to the universe for once in your life and do something for somebody else. And if you can just give a special needs kid a hug or talk to them for 5 minutes, then I think that is way better than just about anything else that you could be doing in your life.
You know, I was driving under an overpass this morning, about 10 o'clock. There was a lady there with a shopping cart with a sign saying, "Help me." I just drove right past her. I couldn't stop and throw her any change, and I wouldn't if I could have. Because there's a lot of those people on every corner. I'd be broke if I threw change at every homeless person now.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Todd. I don't give any money to homeless people either because they might stab you or they might attack you.
Yeah.
A lot of them are possessed.
Jacqueline Smith got stabbed by a homeless guy yesterday. She gave him $10.
There you go. That's what I'm talking
Stabbed
about.
her anyways.
They're possessed.
My wife told me that story.
They're possessed. These are people that should be in a mental asylum. They've lost their mental faculties. They're broken down, and they're being influenced and persuaded and even possessed by demonic entities.
No. This is a big, corrupt, institutionalized system that's going to feed everybody down through a meat grinder. If you don't care about your fellow human beings, they're all being fed down through a meat grinder. Wake up now before you're fed down through the meat grinder. Care about your fellow humans because we're all under a nefarious system, Daniel. that's going to feed us into the meat grinder.
Yeah, I think that people need to seriously get off the fucking social media shit, the narcissism, the me stuff, and they really need to think of like JFK says, think not what your country can do for you, think of what you can do. I think we need more of the old school attitude from the old like World War II generation where people didn't act like whiny little bitch millennials and fucking expect everything to be handed to them and not even want to work and have no motivation and just no common sense or no ethics or morals. So many of these goddamn young people, they're just complete garbage.
Sounds nice. Can you pull it off in time? Can you circumvent the programming that's already been instituted by the socialists?
No, it's going to get worse. More and more people are just going to become worse.
Can your little tiny attempt to convince that person, don't be socialist, stave off the giant one world government that's socialist?
Yeah, exactly. Get off that shit, people. Get off that shit, people. Quit preaching about like this or that. It's all manipulation. It's all a lie. Every single one of us should be joining hands right now in opposition of the Illuminati.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me tell you, over in Paris, they're burning shit. They're not burning businesses. They're burning garbage cans and shit that'll freak you out. Because they're all mad.
Hey, Todd.
And they have, yeah.
What's with Al on that invisible college shit?
Oh, well, I've told you for a long time, fucking Al really believes in the aliens. And it's not aliens. I mean, I don't know how to explain the aliens, because I don't believe in them like that. But he does.
Yeah, he does.
There's the invisible college. There's a soul trap.
I mean, I think there's definitely truth to what he's saying, but there's other documents and texts and religions out there. Doesn't he ever like think that maybe try something else besides invisible college?
No, he's out of his mind, and Biden, he wants to leave here. I mean, after years of just, why do you think this way?
I think that this is...
I want to get the fuck out of here, he always says. I want to leave to my own planet.
I think that this is deeper.
Reincarnation where you can be a bug, or you can be a human, or you can be an animal, or you could be this or that. He wants to get out of all that and go to another planet where he doesn't have to deal with any of that.
But what's going to be in the other planet? Is it just going to be like what happens when you get out of the alien trap? Do you just go into, like, is there a God in that world? He
says everybody's going in there to the soul trap. It's like a light that you're attracted to, the light. And then you get held in the pen of your soul. And then you get to worship whatever it was you worshipped. So it takes you a long time. George Bush, according to Al, is going to be sitting below a giant owl, and the other things that George Bush worshipped, Jesus will be there.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, serious. Al's saying when you go to the other side, you get to worship whatever it was you're worshiping. George Bush was going to Bohemian Grove, where the giant owl is, and he claimed to be a Christian. George Bush claimed to be a Christian.
Yeah, they claim to be Christians. I mean, I don't know what the hell they believe.
So he claimed to be a Christian, Daniel. You don't think he's Christian? Christ is somewhere in there with George Bush. So when he died...
Wait, wasn't George Bush in Skull and Bones?
Yeah, he's in Skull and Bones.
Well, if he was in Skull and Bones, that means he's a Luciferian.
he is owned by the devil. And that's what Al said. There's the devil, there's Jesus, and there's a giant L. That George Bush said.
I think that Al's Satan.
You think Al's Satan?
No, I think that the giant owl in Bohemian Grove is Satan. I don't think Al is Satan. He's Lucifer.
The Al's Jesus. I told you. Al's convinced he's Jesus. He has many reasons to prove it.
That man is a trip. That is for sure.
He's... I'm not going to say he's Tom Cruise, but he's pretty cool. It's weird. I don't buy it. I don't believe my wife's belief system.
You know what we need to do, Todd, is we need to get Wolfman back on here and get Al on at the same time.
Where the fuck is the Wolfman? Is he sitting there?
I got him on tap.
Internet connection. He can't.
Wolfman, I've got him on tap. All I got to do is text him, and he's coming right on here.
Dude, you should have had him on tonight. He could have argued flat Earth.
Oh, I'm about to unleash the Wolfman again.
Flat Earther. Greg.
I'm about to unleash him again.
Daniel.
I've got the leash. All I have to do is let go, and then Wolfman.
Let it go.
You like the Wolfman.
I love Wolfman.
You love Wolfman.
Okay.
Wait, you love Wolfman. You like him that much? Seriously.
I love him.
All right, I'll bring him back
no one
then.
love him?
No, I get good
feedback
on it.
Is he like no one likes him?
No, somebody sent me a message that said that the Wolfman show was the funniest thing they've ever heard in their life, especially the part where we were all singing.
It's my favorite show of all time.
Really?
It is. I'm sorry, everyone.
Wow.
Sorry.
All these places we've went, all the stuff we've explored.
I always wanted to sing Flat Earth Heads with the Wolfman. That was my dream come true. It's like one of those TV shows like Trump, where he says, "You're hired, not fired." It was so cool.
Well, hey, he's coming back. He's going to bring his guitar, and we're going to just have another crazy trip down the rabbit hole with the Wolfman.
That'd be cool.
All right, Todd.
I love that part.
I've had you on the line for a little while now, a good 45 minutes. I better...
The show's going to be 5 hours long.
Oh, it's going to be longer.
I hope that you end it with some cool shit, Daniel. Come on, man.
All right, I'll try. I'll try.
Don't.
Whoa, where did he go? He just hung up. Well, that was Todd the Bod. He wants me to end the show with some good shit. Oh, man, I need to drink some water. 5 hours. Are you going for a record here? The trick is to get this, to get all this uploaded, because the longer the show goes, the longer it takes to upload. So doing a longer show is just tragic all around. But you know what? I always hear from you guys. I love your long-ass shows. And it's been so long since I've been on air. So I think I just want to go a little bit longer. I'm sorry. Oh, that reminds me. There's something we haven't done. What's that? You're blowing my mind, man. Yeah, dude. You're blowing my mind. You're blowing my mind, man. It's the mind-blowing moment of the day. It's been so long. I'm going to say today's mind-blowing moment of the day. I really like this stuff about the idea that atheism might be justifying animal abuse. Like, if there's no if there's no God out there, then why would somebody feel bad about hurting an animal? That makes perfect sense. In the scientific field, that perspective definitely gives you a psychological advantage. There's a really good point there, and I hope you all are getting that. And you don't think it's something that it's not. I also have a listener email that I've been wanting to read for you guys. I know you like those. Hi, Daniel. Lee from Liverpool, UK here. Just a little email to say how much I enjoy your show. Been a little down lately, and one thing I can always count on your shows to cheer me up. Oh, I read that so badly. I've been a little down lately, and one thing that I can always count on is your shows to cheer me up. Please, could you confirm to my wife that you do not have a ghoul-like penis? Take care, brother. Anytime. You're UK. Would love to catch up. Lee, thank you. All the way from Liverpool. I bet you have a Liverpoolian accent. I would love to hear that. And I'd love to hang out someday. That'd be great. As far as a ghoulish penis, it's pretty average. It's normal. I am part Asian. That does not seem to have affected the size too much. It's normal color and it's normal. Nothing special about it. It's over 4 inches. Ka-ching. Hopefully quite a bit so. Oh God. People sending me emails about my private parts. Okay, let's move on, shall we? So, in addition to all the strange things that have been going on, having to take some time off, and getting in touch with that giving part of myself and wanting to help out those special needs kids. And I want to reiterate that a special needs kid can mean so many different things. It's a very wide encompassing sort of net that you're casting. But I think that anybody with a disability can really give you some perspective. It can make you realize, hey, I don't have it so bad. I've got both eyes, both arms. I am reasonably able to conduct my life in an average manner. I'm so much better off than this child, or it doesn't even have to be a child, this person that has this disability. I think that paying attention to things like that can really give you a different perspective. It really takes you away from that sort of looking in the mirror all the time. You suddenly realize that, hey, things can be imperfect and be okay. And I need to really count my blessings because things could be much worse. I would say that that's probably the biggest benefit. And, since I've been getting into wanting to bring awareness to this topic, I've been hearing back from a lot of people that have special needs kids. Like, there's quite a bit of good feedback for this whole movement that I'm trying to start. This person says, I used to tutor special needs children at my sister's alma mater in the mid-1990s, and I agree with you. They need us to acknowledge them and encourage them to keep learning. Nice. As a mother of a special needs, I worry who will be there to protect him when shit hits the fan if I'm gone. Didn't they say by 2025 one in 7 males will be autistic via vaccinations and Bill Gates? I'm just reading some comments on the special needs thing. I had put up some stuff on social media and people are commenting to it. I think it's a good thing to attach to this show because rather than doing commercials or something else, charities, which are scams. Instead, we're using this time to bring awareness to a very non-selfish sort of issue And just by bringing attention, sometimes you can make quite a bit of a difference. And the more people listen to this show, the more effect that will have. So if anybody wants to come on and talk about this topic of helping special needs children, then I think that would be great. Also, I wanted to kind of reiterate, I indeed do feel that the original Hebrew people were African Americans. I've seen plenty of evidence. I mean, you can look at Egyptian wall murals, for example. All of those people are very dark skinned. They're either Arabic looking or completely black. Most people are probably mixed in that area, but that's the way that those people look that lived back then. They don't look like the people from the Ten Commandments movie with Charlton Heston, where they're all white people wearing makeup around their eyes. That's what those people look like. There's a lot of whitewashing of history. People that were black get turned white when they weren't. Again, Israel's in Africa, so anybody that is in that region is going to be black or Arab, or most likely a mixture of them both. So to suggest that those people are white people doesn't make any sense. And no, Jesus was not white. Jesus was a Jew, and he had dark skin. I mean, you could sit there and debate how dark his skin was, but the fact of the matter was that Jesus did not look like these pictures that you see. Nothing like that. It's just the truth. It's not meant to be offensive to anybody. The picture that you see, that's not what that person looked like. On the crucifixes and the stained glass and pretty much everywhere you look. Jesus had very dark skin and very curly sort of hair. Most of history is a complete lie. It's a fabrication. It's a hoax. Oh boy. Let's see, what else do I have here? I do have some news stories. Okay, here we go. This is from cnsnews.com. Number of witches in U.S. on the rise may surpass 1.5 million. A report in the Christian Post contends that the number of witches and Wiccans has dramatically decreased since the 1990s, to the degree that there may be at least 1.5 million witches in the United States, which is higher than the 1.4 million mainline Presbyterians. The practice of witchcraft has grown significantly in recent decades. Those who identify as witches has risen concurrently. With the rise of the witch aesthetic, reported the Christian Post in October, citing data from Quartz, a Trinity College study in the Pew Research Center, between 1990 and 2008, the number of Wiccans in the United States grew from 8,000 to 340,000. That's quite the jump, according to 3 religious surveys conducted by Trinity College in Connecticut. In addition, the Pew Research Center reported in 2014 that 4% of the population, 1 to 1.5 million Americans, identify as Wicca or pagan. And it goes on to say many more things. But I can't help but think that that is very interesting. This Wiccan or witch religion seems to have really caught on. I suppose that everybody wants to belong to something. And it is an alternative to the traditional sort of belief systems that people have. I mean, you're going around and doing spells and rituals and things like that. Some people get pretty into that stuff. I know you can get results from doing that sort of thing, from going out into the woods and doing magical rituals under the moonlight. You can gather around and get buck naked and start dancing in a circle with Pan and a guy with a goat head. You can do all sorts of things like that, and you can you can change and manipulate reality around you by focusing the will and intention during a ritual. And then you can sacrifice people to Satan. Well, there's all kinds of things that go on, right? But I don't care that people are becoming witches. I think that probably has more to do with Harry Potter and it just being a fad, right? Because that's what's popular nowadays. Everybody wants to be a vampire or a witch or a goth. It doesn't mean that these people actually believe in any of it. They're probably atheists that just do this to socialize, or lesbians join to meet up, right? There's always some sort of ulterior motive. But I do think that we should be fair to all belief systems. And this is America, so you can do whatever you want. And it isn't Satanism, so that's a plus. We're getting somewhere. Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, this is good. It's one other thing besides Satanism, which seems to really be taking over the entire world, especially the United States. The United States of Satan. Racist history there. Indeed. Whoa, sorry. Accidentally turned on Siri. But, I was kind of talking a little bit about the racism in this country. And if you look through the history books, it is pretty bad. And these aren't the edited ones either. These are just the normal history books that they give us. And it's pretty bad. And I'm not saying that there's not propaganda on both sides. Of course there is. But there is some objective truth out there. And the objective truth is that there really is genocide out there, and there are things like that still going on to this day. There's an entire genocide going on in Gaza, in Israel, in the Middle East. And nobody really seems to give a shit. And not only that, but you have these people going around waving these MAGA flags, Make America Great Again, and wearing their Trump hats and Trump, 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 conservative, 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 derp, derp. Meanwhile, the guy is funding of genocide and wants to give them more money. And he's got everybody distracted with this thing with the immigrants coming in through the wall, which is more bullshit. People that believe that stuff or give a crap about that stupid thing are being mind controlled. It's propaganda. It's all being done to split your attention and get your eyes off the Middle East, where there's a genocide going on. And all of that stuff with Israel, that is the ultimate proof that Trump is bought and paid for, that he is a puppet to the Illuminati, to the Luciferians, hiding behind the Judaic religion. He is a puppet to them. And everybody knows it. Everybody knows it. It's just they don't see it. And that's the problem. They choose to not see it because they want to believe in Donald Trump. They want to laugh at the, look what he did. Hey, Billy, did you see what Trump said to them liberals? Meanwhile, Trump is no different than Obama or Bush. You know it's true. There's pictures of them all doing the same things, following the same agenda, the same plans for wars and supporting Israel. They all follow the same agenda. And if you think it's any different this time, you're a fool. Q is bullshit. Alex Jones is bullshit. That tells you right there that Trump is bad. Because Alex Jones supports him. The fat bastard Alex Jones. Disinfo agent. Agent provocateur. Fake actor. Clown salesman. Douchebag. Gay frogs. And we're gonna do this. The answer to 1984 is 1776. What an idiot. You'd have to be stupid to believe that guy. Don't waste your time on Alex Jones. You might as well watch pro wrestling. If you like Alex Jones, you might as well watch pro wrestling. That's what it is. Hey, pro wrestling has the NWO. Why don't you just go watch old WCW? That's no different than Alex Jones. Alex Jones is infotainment. It's bullshit. One of his last news headlines were, "The world's elite are planning to attack Israel." That makes no sense. That makes no sense. The world's elite are planning to attack Israel. The world's elite are Israel. I mean, they aren't Israel. The world's elite are behind Israel. The Rothschild family created Israel, and they still pretty much own it. And you can go and you look at all those quotes. You can look at all the facts. You can go on Wikipedia, and you can get your facts, and you can know who's behind it all. And that's the Illuminati. And they don't even hide it. And if you can't see that by now, you're blind. You don't have eyes to see or ears to hear. You're a fool. You're blinded. You have the wool pulled over your eyes. You're a sheep with the wool pulled over your eye, with your own wool pulled over your eyes. This is no bullshit. This is the real stuff. This isn't some Alex Jones disinfo. Alex Jones is an O'Brien. That's right. From 1984. My favorite book and your favorite book. Alex Jones is a character in that book. His name's O'Brien. He pretends to be this rebel leader guy, and he lures the main characters into a trap, and it turns out he worked for Big Brother the whole time. He was controlled opposition. That's exactly what Alex Jones is. And also, there's a character just like Bin Laden in that book. This fake terrorist guy. And even the way they describe him, it's Bin Laden. There's something prophetic about that book. And whatever you do, don't ever let anybody put a cage full of rats on your head. People that read that book will understand that little inside joke. A little 1984 humor. A little Orwellian humor. And all that crap about those hippies saying that you have too much ego. Daniel, you have such a big ego. You need to dissolve your ego. Peace, brother. Peace. Dissolve your ego. Oh, too much ego. You must pacify. You shouldn't even move. You should just sit there and watch the grass grow and the ducks. Watch the ducks. I don't understand those people. It's like they literally want you to do nothing. These lose your ego people. Because if you take the ego away, what the hell is anybody going to do? And by the way, that's impossible. You can't dissolve an ego. It always comes back to you. You could remove yourself from life. You could go live in a temple somewhere. You can go become a Shaolin monk. But how many of you people out there would do something like that? None of you. I sure as hell wouldn't. I've seen some Buddhist monks before. I've seen them like somewhere in the city, in Seattle or Tacoma, one of those ratty neighborhoods. And the guy looked like he's never even seen civilization. It was just so majestic to him. He was looking all around. And I was thinking to myself, man, that guy thinks that's so cool that he's in the city. That's because he's living up in some fucking temple and there's no heat and no food and no women. Yeah, that sounds very tempting. No, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll stay home and take a kung fu class. All right. What else did I want to talk about? Oh, I should probably do another disclaimer. I just wanted to apologize for anything said on this program tonight that was offensive. And don't complain, because you agreed to listen to this show and you made it this far, so don't complain if you don't like what you hear. Free speech, liberty. I am no O'Brien. Let's do one more news story. This is from apnews.com. With a smirk, official says Russia will verify the moon landings. So apparently there's a lot of people, I'm not going to read this whole thing, but there's a lot of people in Russia that think that the American moon landing was fake. And that really makes you think, right? Like, why would people over there think that? And it said that Russia tried to do moon missions and never really worked. But it's not like the Russians are dumb. They go into space and they do all kinds of things. It's Russia. They were right with us there during the Cold War. Things might have fallen off a bit lately, but they're still a pretty strong country. They seem to have kind of regained a lot of their sort of majesticness. That leader of theirs, Putin, he's very feared, almost like one of the dictators of old. Much so than that Gorbachev guy, anyways. But if they're questioning it, then it does make you think. It does really make you think. Like, why would all those people over there question something that we all take as truth? It makes you wonder if they're sitting there and laughing at how it looks like paper mache and how the suits look like they would just fold if they were really in a vacuum of space. All those little sort of things. And it's hard to really get through to people on this flat earth thing in space. Stellar parallaxes and things like that. But the most I can really tell you to do is to just keep trying with it. Keep looking at it. Keep watching those flat earth videos on YouTube. Think about it. Weigh both options. Don't try to convince yourself either way. Just look at all the information that's out there. And you'll see enough eventually that'll at least make you question. And from there you can do your own research, and then you can come to your own conclusion. The conclusion that I came to was that there really is no evidence that space is real, or there's ever been anybody going into space, or the world being round. I'm not convinced the world is round. It doesn't look round to me. It looks flat. Flat as a damn pancake. I don't feel like I'm moving or flying through space. I don't even need to look at all the facts and data. I can just tell just sitting here. Look, everything's not flying around. I don't feel any motion. So why would I assume that I'm on this rock that's just like flying and flipping through space and crashing into black holes and all that nonsense? It's all fake. It's all Star Trek, fake sci-fi fantasy. The Earth is flat. We don't even know what the hell is up there. There's just little twinkling lights. And that's that. And you can go ahead and, if you want to believe in those stupid CGI videos, show me one bit of actual proof or evidence that space is real and that the Earth is not flat, and I will believe it. But until then, it's all open to interpretation. My view of reality has completely changed. It's gone into the realm of magic. I believe that everything is consciousness. This is all just a dream, and it is whatever we imagine it to be. And there's no space or other planets. It's just other consciousnesses and things like that. Other realms, other spheres. And then there's multiple planes. And all this Anunnaki stuff and ancient aliens, that's all bullshit. There were no ancient aliens. That's a bunch of bullshit. Ancient aliens is a deception. There's not one shred of evidence that aliens ever visited here. Ancient mythology is just that. Ancient mythology is mythology. Sumerian mythology is just that. It's mythology. There's no proof that those were aliens from another planet. They never said that they came from another planet or anything like that. I could accept that they may have been occult entities. I can accept that. They may have been some sort of demonic being or occult entity. And I'm not even saying that they were bad necessarily. I don't know what they are. Maybe the names for things like angels and demons have different names. Maybe there's different names for them in other cultures and other belief systems. But that's all that they are. They're not fucking aliens. And if you think that they're aliens, you're a fucking dumbass. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. But they're not aliens. They're occult entities. All those guys, all those gods of the past, they were exactly like it says that they were. They were gods or demigods. But they weren't the one God. They weren't the Most High. They weren't the one above all, the one true God. They were just occult entities. And I'm not saying that they're this or they're that, or I understand how that world works, or I understand every facet of it. But what I'm saying is true. There's no evidence of any spaceships or anything like that. All those UFOs and aliens people are seeing, they're either humans doing propaganda and mind control, my lab stuff, the elite, the hidden human civilization that is underground and hidden undersea. That's their technology. It's that stuff. Or it's occult entities pretending to be aliens, pretending to be UFOs, shape-shifting beings that can appear as they choose, who have their own technologies from the higher realms in the Enochian dimensions. That's how it works. That's the truth. We live in a magical reality. It's not all this bullshit about space and ancient aliens and gray aliens trying to put a probe into your behind. That's why you're a dumbass if you believe in ancient aliens. You might as well just quit with that. No, I'm sorry. Believe what you want. Reality is arbitrary. As I like to say, that's just my opinion. And an opinion cannot be refuted because it is just an opinion. Shout out to everybody out there. I love you guys. You're so special. A shout out to all those extra special people. You know who you are. You fans out there who always listen, and when I'm gone, you hit me up and you're like, Daniel, where are you? What's going on? I don't know. I'm being gang stalked. Oh, I feel like I've been going through so many personal changes lately. I feel like I've really just went through a consciousness upheaval, some sort of alteration, some sort of transcendental shift. I feel like I've evolved, I've leveled up, I've mutated. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but one thing I do know is things are just going to get crazier and crazier. And I invite you to continue to join me on this journey into the outer realms known as End of Days Radio. But until I see you guys next time, I'm going to retire for the evening. it's been a 5-hour show, 5.5 hours. I hope that those of you that consider me to be a guilty pleasure or an addiction, perhaps, are satiated for at least a little bit longer. And I will definitely talk to you again very soon. Good night, everybody.